Good morning. We'll call the Pennington County Commission meeting for July 19th, 2016 to order. We'll stand for a moment of silent reflection and then the Pledge of Allegiance led by Will Dirks. After a moment of silence, Will, you start the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next item is to review and approve the agenda. Does anyone have any changes they wish to make to the agenda?
Chairman Peterson, if we could, we have a guest today, Will Dirks, who would like to speak with after the new employee recognition or introductions.
Anyone object to that? Okay, we'll plan on that. Are there any other items for the agenda? If not, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the agenda with the addition of the introduction of Will Dirks after the new employee introductions.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next item is the introduction of new employees.
Good morning, Nick Street, HR Director for Pennington County. Today we have two new employees, so I'm going to ask them to come up and introduce themselves, tell you where they work, and then we'll get out of your hair and let you move on with your meeting.
Hello, my name is Kristen Klassen. I'm in the Treasurer's Office.
Nice to see you.
Good morning, my name is Tammy Lunderman Valdez, and I'm a Legal Secretary with the Public Defender's Office.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Now we'll call on Vice Chair Deb Hadcock, Commissioner, to introduce our guests.
We have a guest today, if he would like to come up and introduce himself and also tell us why he's here today.
Hello, I'm Will Dirks, part of Troop 7, and I'm here today to discuss, be here to listen to you guys discuss issues and find explanations to them in our community.
And you were talking about that you get a badge and what that badge is, if you would tell us.
Okay, it's citizenship in the community, and it's just revising stuff in the community and how scouts like us can help in the community.
Thank you, Will. Any questions, commissioners of Will?
Thank you. No.
Congratulate you for what you're doing. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Hadcock. Next item is the consent agenda. Holly?
Good morning, Commissioners. Holly Hennies, Commission Office Manager. For public notice, the Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items quickly. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. Today's consent agenda contains the following items: approval of the minutes from the regular meeting of July 5th, 2016, to authorize Mike Cool, Pennington County Construction Project Manager, to sign rezone application documents and to act on all such matters on board authorized projects for the former NAU property and surrounding properties that have been acquired. Number 8 is approval of the third quarter 2016 state and local agreement as submitted by Emergency Management. Number 9 is approval of the 2016 Emergency Management Performance Grant Subaward Agreement, Amendment Number 1, as submitted by Emergency Management. Number 10 is to declare Bauer Air Plus Compressor Model UN 1120 as surplus and sell the unit to the Sturgis Fire Department for $4,500, as submitted by the Fire Administrator. Number 11 is to recognize and thank the volunteers for the month of June 2016, as submitted by Human Resources. Number 12 is to declare Rescue 1, a 1993 Chevrolet single cab truck, capital S at number 3189, as surplus for the purpose of sale, as submitted by Sheriff's Office and Search and Rescue. And finally, number 13 is to authorize the purchase of one 2017 Ford F-550 four-door chassis and a Rosenbauer rescue body apparatus with a custom-built box as submitted by the Sheriff's Office and Search and Rescue.
Does anyone wish any of the items on the consent agenda removed?
Mr. Chair, is there a quota? I'd like them all removed except 6 and 12.
Any others? Do we have a motion?
Move approval of the consent calendar except 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 13.
Okay, 7, 8,
9, 10, 11, and 13, sir.
is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item 7.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of problems. One is, do we have to, or where in statute or where in law does it say that we, the county, have to go to the city for approval to do whatever we want to do with our building or property?
You can answer that. Actually, George, or Commissioner Farabee, sorry, I did ask the state's attorney on that, and he said the county is the same as the city, and that we do have to ask approval and follow the rules of the city since we are in the city limits.
Once again, Mr. Chair, my question was, what's the authority by statute?
Actually, the issue is whether or not Mike Cool signs the papers. And I think the question of the authority would in and of itself be a separate matter and possibly an agenda item.
Mr. Chair, without authority, then there's no need for him to be so designated. And that's my second problem. I don't think that we should designate him. I think that any dealings we have with the city ought to be your signature. Thank you.
Anything further on the question?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion
Okay.
to approve the authorization of Mike Cool, our Pennington County Construction Project Manager, to sign rezone application documents and to act on all such matters on board authorized projects for the former NAU property and the surrounding properties that have been acquired.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
you know, and question's been around for a long, long time, from when we started building the jail and the administration building, and I guess, you know, I haven't really looked to see what the authorization is. I guess my feeling's have always been this way. How do we expect anybody else in this city to obey the rules if we don't do them ourselves? And to me, it's that simple. However, with that said, I'm not sure I'm going to vote for this anyway. I'm not sure I want to give some authority that maybe we should have, but.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
May I make a comment to that? We have been doing this for 8, 9 years, allowing this to happen. These are very limited powers of signature. And so that we've certainly have a precedent here. There hasn't been an issue before, you know.
I don't want to interrupt. I just,
No, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Jay Alderman with the State's Attorney's Office. It doesn't appear that Mr. Cool is here right now. I'll do my best to just kind of dovetail with what Commissioner Troutman just said. What Mike, he's not asking for authority to sign contracts that need to come before the county commission or to increase his dollar authorization amount that you've already previously authorized him. These are matters, like I recall in this block, the Block 99 project, where the city says, hey, we've got to have a utility easement in place, or they've got to vacate this alley right kind of right where we're at, if you remember the alley that went through here. The people are doing the borehole testing right now over by NAU. Might say, we need a consent form quick, Mike, because we need to trespass on your property in order to drill these holes that you've requested that we do for soil testing. So it's dotting an I, crossing, little things like that. It's not asking to sign, hire somebody on a contract like an architect or those all come before the county commission. This is the routine day in and day out things that just keep the project moving along, that Mike is asking for the approval to, with his know-how and experience, and he knows you've already approved the project. These are the little behind-the-scene things that have to be done, planning and zoning matters with the city, authorizations to move forward on something. So it's hard to say in 10 words everything that will it involve, but it's part of what he does and unique to his expertise to move the project along, those projects that you have already approved.
Thank you, Jay.
I hope I didn't do him a disservice, but it's my effort to just try to.
You explained it well.
Mr. Chair, when you use the language to act on all such matters on board authorized projects, that's about as general as you can get.
However, Mr. Chair, if Commissioner Farabee would read the whole thing, it says that it is specific to the NAU property and surrounding properties. It is not everything.
Okay, anything further? We do have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Item 8.
Mr. Chair, 8 and 9 can probably be considered together, and it's hard for me to understand what 25 pages here of stuff for emergency management for agreement with state and local agreement with state of South Dakota. Spend. I pull them off so I can vote against these two issues. The other day I read in the paper where our national deficit this year is only $600 billion. Spend. I'm going to vote against it, and that's why I pulled the two off. Thank you.
Anything further? Do we have a motion on item 8?
Mr. Chair, I have moved to approve the third quarter 2016 state and local agreement report as submitted by Emergency Management.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. Item 9.
Mr. Chair, I would move to approve the 2016 Emergency Management Performance Grant Subaward Agreement Amendment Number 1 from Emergency Management.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay, item 10.
Good morning, Denny Gorton, Pennington County Fire Administrator. Just simply asking for permission to declare a 13-year-old air compressor that we use to fill our self-contained breathing apparatus surplus so we can sell it to the Sturgis Fire Department. This was purchased jointly 13 years ago along with the Rapid City Fire Department. They've purchased a new compressor, so this one has no value to us or to them. And Sturgis is more than willing to take it at a very fair price.
Any questions for Danny?
Mr. Chair, I do. Other night I was at the Fire Service Board meeting when this was discussed, and I didn't raise the questions then, but I thought I'd save them for the board meeting. Rapid City purchased a new compressor.
Yes.
What then do our local fire districts get charged to fill their?
Nothing.
This is in writing someplace?
It's an agreement.
Okay, and obviously this thing must still be Well, let me see, you say right here, the oil compressor isn't sufficient to fill doesn't have enough pressure apparently to fill the bottles or the self-contained breathing apparatus. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. But still Sturgis has, Sturgis or Meade County have less requirement for high pressure than we do.
Currently, we're all switching to what's called 4,500 pound. The bottle that we wear on our back is 4,500 pounds. The old compressor would only go to 3,000 pounds, so that leaves us with a deficit. Sturgis is still using what we call 2,200 pounds. So the 3,000 pound compressor, our old 3,000 pound, will be more than adequate for them.
So they'll be impaired compared to those of us in Pennington County.
No, it's a very usable, very serviceable. It's been maintained. It always comes back with very high air samples. It gets sampled 4 times a year, so it's very serviceable for them.
Anything further?
I appreciate it, Denny. What I can understand is, to ask questions that the public know for this is very positive and that they need to know. But if you're on the board and you're not asking these questions ahead of time and then coming back and asking questions up here, I don't think it's a bad thing. But you're on a board and you still don't know the answers. That's kind of unreal to me sometimes, that we're on these boards, but we come up here and still don't know the answers or can't do an email or a visit with the people that do this for a living. So it's all good. The information for the public is good, but trying to find answers to beat somebody up is a little different for me on this dais sometimes. Thank you.
Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to declare the Bauer air compressor model UN 1120 asset tag number 005429 as surplus and sell the unit to the Sturgis Fire Department for $4,500.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
Item 11.
Mr. Chair, I didn't mean item 11, I meant 12 and 13. My apologies. 11 should have been on the consent calendar without being removed.
Move approval.
Of
11.
11. Recognize and thank the volunteers for the month of June 2016.
second?
Second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, I have item 13 marked.
Yep. Item 12 was already voted on.
13, move approval to authorize the purchase of one 2017 Ford F-550 four-door chassis and a Rosenbaum Rescue Body Apparatus custom-built box.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
Well, Mr. Chair, I pulled that for a couple of reasons. One is, I presume the question would go to the sheriff. The citizen who wishes to remain anonymous donated $90,003. Is that timed, or does it have to be spent like in the next 6 months, or?
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Tone, Pennington County Sheriff. When I met with the individual, their family wanted to donate the money, and it goes through Search and Rescue's nonprofit account they have set up, so it doesn't flow through the county dollars. He didn't set a specific time frame on it, but it was of the understanding that we were attempting to purchase this vehicle at this time and go towards this purchase.
So it's not necessarily time sensitive.
They didn't specify a time frame, but it was contingent on us purchasing this vehicle at this time. So in that sense, I think it was implied.
I find it kind of odd, $90,003. That was, or was that a typo?
No, what it was, there was some, I believe it was stock that was donated, and the sale of the stock come to that dollar amount.
Okay. And while Mr. Chair, while the sheriff is there, you list on this document $165,000 total. That was the intended purchase price of the unit.
I don't know if I understand the question. The total purchase price of the unit is $165,058.
Okay. Mr. Chair, the old vehicle is at 29,000 miles, and it looks to me like we, once again, we just spend. The money's available, so, or at least we think it's available, so I can't see replacing the vehicle with 29,000 miles on it. Thank
Chairman,
you.
if I may, one of the vehicles over 20 years old, and the other thing is that it's not reflected on mileage on emergency response vehicles is a tremendous amount of hours they sit idling at scenes. They could sit there for 2 or 3 hours or up to 8, 10, 12 hours idling at a scene. So there's additional wear and tear beyond just the mileage.
Anything further? Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I have moved to authorize the
We
purchase
we already
of...
have a motion.
Oh, we do have? Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I made it, did I?
That's right.
Deb did.
I'm losing track.
Yeah.
Karen, you're going to have to get a little whistle or something. Okay, thank you. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 14. This is the exit audit.
Morning, I'm Bruce Hens of the Legislative Audit.
Right.
Just here to give you an update. We finished our audit about 2 months ago, I think. It's been reviewed. I think it's went to our typists. I think they should be getting it out in the next couple weeks, I believe. I'm not sure. I haven't talked to Russ in the last couple weeks after he finished his review, but I know the typists are working on the report, and it should get, you guys should receive a copy. I think you can get electronic copy and hard copies, I think. Part of the process, once that report is done, is we file a report with the Federal Clearinghouse for you people because of the A-133 audit that's required, because of the federal monies you receive. But right now, the Federal Clearinghouse has been shut down for about a year or 6 months. I can't remember what it was. They got hacked. So they've been trying to get it cleaned up and fixed, and it was supposed to be done sometime midsummer, but as far as last I heard, they haven't got it updated yet. So, but once that gets opened back up, we'll file the report with the Federal Clearinghouse and get that part of the audit satisfied. So, and that's something we've always done, is file that for you guys. So, you guys should have a couple letters in your packets from us. One is on Julie's letterhead. It's called our letter of representation. Kind of gets some things in writing that were discussed throughout the course of the audit with various officials and maybe the board. I need the board chairman's signature on that letter to complete the audit process. I already just got Julie's signature on it, county auditor. So let's leave this if you want to sign it. You guys can scan it and email it to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Talk a little bit about the audit itself. As far as the opinion letters and the presentation of the financial statements, you have a clean opinion, which means the financial statements were fairly presented. We did make a few adjustments, but nothing major that would have caused us to make any written comments or anything like that. There was no comments, like I said, in the report as in regards to any other problems. Like I said, we audited the federal programs. I can't even remember what federal grants we tested this year for sure. But we didn't have any findings with any of the auditing on grants that we did. So it's a clean report. It's a good report. The other letter that we have is just some things, it's on our letterhead, some things that we discuss orally with you here today. It's nothing that's written in the report. Our standards changed several years ago that anything we feel that is significant enough to present to the board, we put it in writing now. And if you look at the letter at the bottom of the first page, it kind of starts outlining the 3 areas that we cover. Talks about the internal control structure and any problems we might have with the internal control process that is in place at the county. Number 2 there at the bottom and the top of the second page talks about any violations of statutes or contracts or grants or anything like that. And then the third thing is any potential audit adjustments that we made. And you see going down through the second part or the second half of that second page there, the only thing that we had noted in there was that we had to make a few adjustments to the financial statements. Just a couple reclassification issues that I can think of. One was I think the accrued wages, I think, had been reported as part of accounts payable. And that should be, there's a separate line by itself. But there are things like that that we had to make some adjustments for. Nothing that affected your bottom line, your fund balance, ending fund balance or anything. So, something that I wanted to talk to you about that is not in the letter, we came across, we've always been operating under the assumption or an unwritten rule that you guys will book accounts receivable on a 30-day policy. Got to talking with Julie and KJ, and there is no written formal policy about what constitutes or what you guys are consider accounts receivable for booking at December 31st. And in talking to them, it sounds like some of your federal programs that you get reimbursed for at the end of the year don't come back through for 60 days or maybe even longer. So we talked about developing a policy to go out to 60 days and then having the board approve the accounts receivable policy. And then they also said there's a few of the federal programs that take, 4 to 6 months possibly to get back. So there'll be some kind of a clause or a statement in the policy that addresses any federal programs that you guys are maybe getting that are beyond that 60-day policy. The 60 days comes from accounting standards. They allow 30, 45, or 60 days. But when you get involved with the federal program, you can get out further than that because chances are you're filing for reimbursement, you've met all the requirements of the program, and the likelihood is pretty high that you're going to receive that money. Because what constitutes a receivable is whether it's measurable and available. The federal money isn't available because of the reimbursement process that it takes, and whether it's the state or the federal government to get the money back. But all the requirements have been met on your end, so the likelihood's pretty high you will receive that. So, other than that, I don't have anything. I just wanted to let you know we're finished with the report. It's been a good report. I wanted to thank Julie and KJ and Janet and all their staffs for all the help that they give us, and stop and see if you guys have any questions.
I would ask, is there a procedure for developing the policy you talked about?
I think Julie and KJ are working on now that they're going to present to you at a later meeting. Because I know she called me and emailed me, and we talked about I gave her some examples of some wording to use for it. So I don't think they have anything today, but I think they'll be submitting something to you in the future to approve.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Bruce?
This wouldn't be a statewide policy?
No, it's your policy. It's the county's policy.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Chair, just
Yes.
out of curiosity, why would the county be under a statewide policy? I'm not understanding your question.
Let me put it this way, why is Pennington County of the 66 counties unique in this regard? Wouldn't this situation apply to all 66 counties?
Yes and no. Depends whether, most of the counties in the state of South Dakota are reporting on a cash basis, and they don't report receivables, payables, debt, capital assets. I think you guys, Minnehaha,
Probably Brown.
Harding, there's one or two others that report on a full accrual basis. And by full accrual, I mean they're reporting receivables, payables. So those counties, and it applies to cities, applies to schools. Anybody that's reporting on a full accrual basis should have a policy in place that identifies what's going to be a receivable.
So any government entity in the state of South Dakota that's on an accrual basis, shouldn't it be a standard policy?
It's somewhat standard, yeah. Like I said, it can be 30 to 60 days. That's what's allowed as far as GAAP is concerned. General accepted accounting principles. They say you can have a policy for 30 to 60 days. So it's somewhat standardized, but you can set it to whatever fits your guys' situation.
So you audited that policy, shouldn't that policy come from your office?
No, it's your policy. That's what we audit to, is your policies. It's the same thing with your personnel handbook and everything like that. You guys set all those standards in there, I guess.
Yeah.
Similar to that.
Anything further?
Mr. Chair, I do have one question on this document that you're and the auditor are going to sign. It says on number 25, nor has any asset been pledged as collateral. What does that mean for sure?
you pledged an asset, I guess, as collateral for, say, a loan or something like that. I guess, to me, it's similar to, like, when you go to the bank and borrow money for a house, you're pledging the house is pledged as a collateral for the loan.
So you're saying that no specific asset, but for the folks in the audience and the other commissioners, we're 65 million in debt. So at some point in time, if we couldn't pay our debts, I would presume that the debtors would look at our assets. Thank you.
Okay, do we need a motion to authorize my signature on your paper?
Some counties do, some don't. It's, if you don't sign it, we'll qualify the opinion letter that we couldn't get it signed, so. But
Mr. Chair,
most boards do, yeah.
I would make a motion to authorize your signature on the letter that is going to be responded back to the audit.
Second.
Motion and a second, discussion on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure. Items from the auditor.
Good morning, Julie Pearson, Pennington County Auditor. Item 15A is a new packaged off-sale malt beverage and South Dakota Farm wine license for Holy Smoke Resort.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Motion and a second, discussion on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Item B.
15B is a malt beverage license renewal for Sick Vic's House of Horsepower, retail on-off sale malt beverage.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion and a second, discussion on the motion.
That's a funny name.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Item C.
15C is the public hearing for supplement 16-007, motion needed to approve a supplement to the general fund state's attorney budget in the amount of $65,596 from unanticipated current year revenue, which means that it will not reduce our fund balance in the general fund. It is for one additional FTE that will be redacted once the funding, if it goes away.
Make a motion to approve a supplement to the general fund state's attorney budget in the amount of $65,596 from unanticipated current year revenue.
Is there a second?
A second.
Motion and a second, discussion on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. Item D.
2017 provisional budget is before you based upon the original present on 6/21 with changes made from budget hearings and motions from the board. The public hearing notice that's required is attached to set it up for the first meeting in Tuesday in September at 9:15 in the morning. They no longer specify 10 o'clock, and notifying the public that you can meet as many days after as necessary until the final adoption on or before September 30th. Total provisional budget as amended is $88,373,242. 42, almost 43 million from non-current year tax revenues, 41 million from tax revenues, 7.6 million cash reserves, and cash flow estimated at the end of 2017 at the commissioner's goal at 20.58%.
So, Ms. Julie, can you tell me how the levies changed from June until now and how you came up with that number? Because you have last year 407.80, New Year 418.00, 4.4. Let's see, the levy was 478. That changed.
You could tell me what sheet you're
I'm
looking
sorry,
at?
2017 budget means of finance.
this sheet.
I can't see your sheet, Ms. Julie.
It says means of finance tab.
Same thing?
You're looking at the second page.
Yeah, with the levy projections estimated
Yes,
for
the levy
20
projections are based off of values,
Okay.
which the values were updated on the 3/14. We won't have utility values until the fourth Monday in August, and I doubt if we'll, depending upon how early the meeting is in September, whether we'll even have them allocated out by that time, September 6th maybe, if they get them out on time. The changes that were made were budget changes. I think the only budget I received to change officially was the treasurer's office, and removed COLA and merit.
And the reserves are, would be now, they're at 20.58, 20% 58, and then 19.99 is what they were before, right? So the only difference is 0.58 from the budget you had with 2% with the merit at one step. So if we don't give merit and COLA, we're only up 0.58 if we do merit and COLA? Because you went from 2058, then you took off merit and COLA, and then it was 19.99. So we went up 0.58 if we don't give COLA and merit.
Yes.
Okay. And our growth, a couple more questions, Ms. Julie. So our general fund last year was 54,040, 40,030. This year, it's 55,991,025. The difference is 1,950,995,000. I think this was your math, Ron, by chance. And then the growth this year that we could use was $1,031, or $31,964 for new growth, right? County new growth.
Which fund are you talking?
I'm just
I don't know what
talking the
document
difference
you're
on the
looking
general
at.
funds this year. Because we were talking earlier, or when we talked about budget last time, on the difference
Yes,
in
your
what the growth would be.
reappraisal value went up 3.09. Your growth, which is the only thing you can actually gain on, was 2.89.
Which was the 1,031,964, right? So the difference we were short.
That is combined gross CPI dollars available, is the 1,031,964 for county consolidated levy, which is for general fund, accumulated building, emergency, disaster, and fair. So as the accumulated building, emergency, disaster, which we're not levying for this year, and fair budgets are balanced first without using cash reserves, and the balance is applied then to general. Then when you submit a budget, that's what the means of finance is for. When you submit the budgets,
Okay.
subtract the miscellaneous revenues, subtract tax revenues that are available. The only input figure I use is the, on the budgeted means of finance, page 1 is the orange figure of 38,525,000, which comes from your cash analysis. Column B, line 131 on page 2, it forces the max tax available without an opt-out at $32,881,440. We were short $5,097,345. That's what comes out of cash reserves.
So what was
And it's cash reserves, the reduction in that, plus your assumptions or adjustments to your 2 years of budgets that create your year-end estimated cash reserve.
which right now is, again, 20.58.
For the end of
20%.
2017, the end of 2016, it's 19.42,
Okay.
because we had such a reduction in reserves from the supplements that the board was doing at year end.
Okay, so it's up more than, it's almost up 1%.
That was the board's goal, to end at least 19% by the end of 16 and to back up by the 20%, because the 18% that we had set it at because we had reduced the amount of money in our assigned reserves. The 18% was not large enough figure to carry us through till first half of taxes. So we had to bring it back up to the minimum of the 20%.
So what would the levy be again if you took merit and COLA, which was 893?
Merit and the COLA, about the only change other than merit and COLA that were made between the June 21st was we removed 10 or 15,000 that you had in for the vision fund, I can't remember, and the small change to the treasurer's office, which was up or down, Janet? What? It was up slightly, yes.
I guess what I'm saying is by the numbers, I got the difference was 1,950,995
It was
from last year. And then we had available for growth 1,031,964. So out of this budget, we would need from CPI, if we decided to use CPI, would be 866,000.
Well, you can't look at it just that way because your miscellaneous revenues change during the year from one
Right.
projected to the next. So what you need to look at is a means of finance. Totally, last year, our budget was 84. It
Right.
went up 3.8. We're using 2.947 more in max tax. In tax revenue for all the funds. I don't do a means of finance. Each line has to balance, each fund has to balance, you have to have a balanced budget, and what you're short is what's coming out of cash reserves.
So the short is 2.94, which is how much?
The shortage is 7.6 million total. In general fund, it's 5 million from the means of finance, Deb. Commissioner Hadcock.
That's okay, Miss Julie.
That's where you're funding each separate fund and each separate and total. And I didn't do a comparison by fund on the means of finance.
So I guess I didn't get the bottom line that our levy was 20 point, it's up more than 20.58 from, it was, or the, I'm sorry, the reserves.
We make assumptions to your year-end balance, and that's all they are assumptions.
Okay.
They're going to change with every decision the board makes and as the year goes through. If you look at lines on the cash analysis, lines 32 through 37 are the assumptions we make for budget year 2016, and we then make additional assumptions on line 49 through 53 for 2017. Those are fluid numbers. They will change often during the year based upon what decisions the board makes.
Okay, so tell me, with the budget we have right now, what is the levy at?
It's on the second page. The levy right now, for depending upon where your property is at, everyone will pay the county consolidated, which is on page 2 of your 2017 budget means of finance, of 4.898, up from 4.822, which is a 0.076 increase or a 1.58% change. There will be no change in road and bridge because it can't levy, and you didn't approve the levy or the at the first present. County fire stays the same. Library goes down, and unorganized road goes up, 0.003. Because the value changes, if you look back at the means of finance on your cash analysis, it shows you what, on page 2, your percent of change in value for the type of levy. County consolidated, which funds 3 funds, is paid by everybody
county fire, county library, and the unorganized road fund are paid by different types of property and not one thing common to all of those. None of them are paid within a city limit. And so they're going to grow at a different percentage. And growth and reappraisal are different.
So the difference between June budget and now on the levy, now is .076. What was June again?
I don't have June in front of me.
Okay, what, the first budget we had?
I don't have June's present in front of me.
So Ms. Julie, if it's .076, what amount of dollars are we talking about?
If you look at the middle portion of that, for a $100,000 value, your county consolidated will go up 7.6% or $7.6. Your non-county consolidated library goes down 1.2. Unorganized road goes up $1.20. It goes down per 100,000 of value, and unorganized road goes up 0.3. It's a math thing on how much you're requesting and how that applies against the whole pie.
Right.
And how many reappraisal dollars, which we can't gain on. So that tells you that the area in library grew more than the area that's remaining in unorganized road. And that the new year on county consolidated netted, because of the way we force accumulated building and county fairgrounds to equal their budgets, and county general gets the remaining.
Thank you.
So Julie, would you kind of touch on the process as we go forward? And the reason I'm asking this is that by consensus, this board gave planning and zoning direction to pursue the question of a consultant for comprehensive plan, and the funding for that, I doubt if it was anticipated in the original budgeting. And my point is, between now and September, changes can be made in the entire budget.
Yes, changes could be made to the budget. Changes could be made to taxes. If you want to request less taxes than allowed by the maximum tax. One thing I will say is there has been no change. I didn't receive the change in the highway department budget that you talked about in budget hearings. And he has additional changes to the 5-year plan that he wants to incorporate into his 2017 budget. So his interim budget, we're not even going to load because he'll have the other one due to me before the final budget present to you on the 6th of September. The board can meet. You have to approve a provisional budget before the 1st of July. So basically, that's this one in front of you. However, once you do that, you have until the end of September to make any and all changes that you want. So this isn't by any means a final document. You can add things, you can subtract things, and with that, your taxes can change, your reserves will change, your miscellaneous revenues will change because we have so much revenue that it's tied in, and you can make changes up until that final present. I think we have the required hearing on the first Tuesday of September is set in statute, and you can meet, just like the notice says, as many times after that until you can make changes that I can get made for that third meeting in September, unless you want to meet at a special meeting after that. So you, again, this is by no means a final document. We publish in the paper as required certain documents. It's a different means of finance that's got a lot more detail than you guys care about, which is why I do this one for you, but it's a publication by department, basically a budget summary tab with only current year on it, and then the DLA's mean of finance, which breaks it down by types of revenue versus mass revenue here. And then any change that you make from this document, you can make by motion, and then we make those motions, you can make them at any meeting between now and then, and/or you can make the final ones on that 6th of September. I take it back, prepare a final document, and if you come in with your surprise lists on the 26 plus 14 on the 20th, I won't make those changes. It's too complicated of a document to make changes as you sit. So if you're gonna come up with your surprise hit list, do it for the 6th. So I can get an accurate document for you, unless you wanna meet an extra day. Because that's when mistakes happen.
Okay, appreciate that. Guidance, what's your wish?
Mr. Chair, can I ask one question?
Sure.
When does Tom think he'll have his, do we know that?
I told him he had to have it by the 1st August.
Okay.
That way it would.
We have some time.
You have some time to get the discussion before the 6th of September. But basically, his budget will be reduced by about, he wants to take less money out of his reserve, which is where we balanced his budget. When we original present had the 2 million in, the estimated 2 million in a property tax, when you took that out, I didn't get a change in budget. It's no big deal. I just took that balance out of his reserves. Since Tom had his, and it was before budget hearings, since Tom has met with the budget, he wants to redo that budget. He submitted an interim budget, but he wants to redo his 5-year plan and affect that budget. But the end result will be, because he can't tax, and his revenues are pretty set, it's going to be less out of revenues, out of reserves, which will lower his budget ultimately.
Okay.
And he'll be prolonging those rather than using up reserves faster. In essence, he'll be slowing up his budget expenditures to keep those reserves for those big projects that we've been saving up for. The planning, they have money in a reserve, and I talked to PJ, is he here? Did we, I have to ask if I may, did we make a change to your, nope. Did we make a change to your 2017 budget between present? Because we talked about it, I'm sorry, I just can't remember.
No, we just,
No.
the 60,000 we were looking for was gonna go in the long term.
Yes. He has been, we started a reserve in 2017, or 2016 for that, and partially from another one of his budgets. And he has money in his 2016 budget to add to that long term. So that's the money that, yes, we will have to come back and ask for a supplement if we're going to use current reserve money, but he also has current reserve money that basically he'll just charge to a different line item. And we'll come back with that supplement once we know how much that is. But that's all coming out of existing reserves or budget for the amount of money that he'll spend this year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further?
I have a couple of questions, Mr. Chair. CPI is this year 0,
Yes.
so there'd be no index factor to carry forward.
No.
Okay. Unorganized road, you got a value last year of, this assessed value, I presume, here on page 2, 1.4.
Those are taxable values.
Understand. We got 1.4 last year, and new value was 1.5, or a bit higher. With all the road districts that keep coming forward, shouldn't it never be going the other direction?
Well, that includes 69 million of reappraisal and 21 million of growth.
But how,
So yes, road districts,
each time as a road district, that should take away from that assessed value.
yes, and it has. We have about 150 road districts. The board requires for any subdivision being formed out in the county to form a road district to protect those roads for those people in new developments, as well as all the other ones that are formed to take care of roads because we don't. That's why we have so many road districts. But yes, as a road district as well as a township, when those growth, it is not in the unorganized road. Because we can't levy against values in a road district, township, or municipality for unorganized road. That's unincorporated.
Understand, but be aware that those road districts, those are basically private drives.
No, they are
No
not.
more than Chairman Peterson and mine are private. It's a tax avoidance scheme, is what road districts are, at least in the Black Hills. Moving on, you're asking the taxpayers of Pennington County.
No, I am not. This is the county commissioner's budget.
Okay, we are asking.
Just want to clarify that.
We, Pennington County, on your recap sheet here, it talks about tax revenues. Last year was 38 million, this year 41 million, just short of $3 million increase. I can't vote for this budget, thank you.
We already knew that.
Anything further?
So, Ms. Julie, a couple more questions again. The additional taxes from growth were $1,031,964. Did we use all of that in?
Yes.
This budget? Okay. Now, additional taxes stored CPI, those are stored CPI dollars. How much are we using on this existing budget now? I'm correct that your number, it's 84,682. That'd be your cash analysis for June 21st, 2016 meeting.
I've lost my cash analysis. Here it is, sorry. The amount of money from growth is 1.03 million. It's on page 2, line 127. Additional taxes from CPI is 0. Additional taxes from stored CPI is 1.785 million, for a total of grand total for county consolidated 2.87.
Okay, so on line 129, how much are we using for this existing budget right now?
1.785 million.
We're using all the store CPI this year to balance our budget?
Yes.
Yes, I misunderstood. I thought we were using the $84,682 out of the $1,700,000
I don't know where you're getting 84.
at the end.
That's only an unorganized road fund. The funds are at the top. Line 129, as it goes across, 130, you're using 2.8 million of taxes available for county consolidated, which are those 4 funds. Then you go to 1423 in fire, 5,683 in library, 109,000 in unorganized road. Then 127, 128, and 129 lines break it down between growth, CPI, and stored CPI.
Thank you. I'll have to come to your office for some other questions. Thank you.
Okay, anything further? Do we have a motion?
I think it needs, I guess we need to continue it. We don't know or however you want to do it, because we still need to know Tom's budget to figure out the bottom line, don't we?
No.
No,
That
I'll
could
make a
be-
motion to approve the provisional budget as presented.
There's
Second.
a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
Because you can still make changes up through that September 6th hearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can approve it today and then,
Yes, you have to approve something today unless you want to have a special meeting, but you can make changes, which we're expecting that once the board approves that 5-year plan.
thank you, Miss Julie.
And I would like to make the comment, because it kind of happened last meeting. That doesn't mean I'm going to vote for this at the final budget. We need to do something today, so let's do it. And we got 2 months then to work on this thing.
Okay, any other comments?
Mr. Chair, as I said, I would be voting against the budget when it's time. This is provisional, and I guess I have to go along with Commissioner Buskerud. If we prove it today, or we come back for a special meeting, so that's an incentive, but this is a guideline, and I think everybody that knows me knows that I'm not going to ask the taxpayers of Pennington County to dig deeper in their pockets. When it comes time for the real vote, thank you.
Well, you're also asking your constituents to just vote no with no answers or changes, except to just vote no, and that's easy to do. So anybody can do that. It comes up and says, don't spend money. They don't have solutions. They just say, I'll vote no. Been there, done that on many people that like to find the no answer, but can't find solution on any of their issues. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I might, Mr. Chair, when the taxpayers aren't getting extra money put in their pocket, then what right do we have to take more out of their pocket that's already almost empty or empty?
Well,
Thank you.
Commissioner Farabee,
Okay.
bring forth those taxpayer dollars that we can add, and so the taxpayers don't have to pay. We are totally into it. But it's easier to say it than it is to do it, isn't it, George? Because obviously, you haven't done that. Thank you.
13 and a half new FTEs, no.
You voted for him.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Julie, for the
Welcome.
seminar.
Thanks, Will.
Item 16.
Good morning, Shannon Rittberger, Director of Equalization. You have two requests for abatement before you. Both of them come from myself. I'll read the description of them. The first one is City of Rapid City. This is a parcel that is a hangar at the city airport. It's a building on a lease site. The city acquired ownership in October of 15. The property became exempt as soon as the city took ownership. The abatement will be from the time that they acquired it forward. The other one is Dial. This is a mobile home that moved to Meade County originally without a move-in permit. The owner has since acquired a move-in permit and provided proof that taxes were paid for the time it was in Meade County. Again, the move-in permit has been paid. The abatement is for the 2014 year.
Do you want two motions?
I don't know why you would.
I move approval, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Okay, motion to approve items A and B, and a second. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carried. Thank you. Item 17.
Good morning, Tom Wilsey, Pennington County Highway Department. My item is for purchase of portable message boards. I've attached an agreement for the purchase of 2 portable message boards from Street Smart Rental off the Minnesota State bids. The bid is for PSAM's 320 trailer message board and tongue jack with wheel. The state bid is contract number 73384 and release number A210, parent 5. We currently have 2 message boards which are no longer functional. One of them has completely quit. The other one has panels which we have to be very creative with our message to not use certain panels because they're dead. These are 2 message boards that the Highway Department bought from the DOT in 2013. They've served us for 3 years and they've been repaired once one of them was at a rate of $3,500. We bought them for $1,000 a piece. with the upcoming rally and all of our construction projects, we feel the message boards are necessary to help ensure public safety. Last year, I purchased one board at $16,764. I'm requesting approval to purchase the 2 message boards to replace the 2 boards that are no longer functional. Funding for this purchase will be from our budget item capital assets vehicles over $5,000. This is within our 2016 budget as we prioritized our purchases and only went for 2 motor graders this year. I am requesting a motion to approve the purchase of 2 PSIMS 320 message boards off the Minnesota State bed, number A2010, parent 5, with a total cost of $33,528.
That'd be my motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion on the motion.
I have a substitute motion. I move that we buy 1, not 2, 1 new message board.
We have a substitute motion. Is there a second? Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Back to the original motion. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, just a question. Are you going to be able to get the delivery here by the rally?
I talked to the guy yesterday. We can get 1 before the rally. The other one will be later.
Okay.
I like the $1,000 version better.
I do too, but it only lasted 3-4 years.
Oh, well, you can buy 16 of them for
You know,
the price of 1.
I'm not sure what age these are, the ones that we have. We can't get repairs for them now.
And Mr. Chair, probably a lesson learned is don't buy junk from the state.
Anything further? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you very
Tom.
much.
Okay, we have item 18, Mystic Road concerns. Is there? Okay, come forward and state your name, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Kenneth Hargens. I own property at 23470 Mystic Road.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This drawing I have given you shows a particular area of Mystic Road. The address of my property is 23470 Mystic Road. If you're not acquainted with it, it's a gravel road that leads from Deerfield Highway to Mystic. My particular area there is the old ghost town of Redfern. I believe this might be a Forest Service road, but it's supposedly maintained by the county. The problem is out there that you'll see these little intersecting lines on a drawing I've given you. These are the approaches of residences out there. There's a cluster of them in this area. It's due to the fact that there was a ghost town there called Redfern, and then there's some patented mining claims there, so that's why there's actually private property out in that area. But anyway, since there's 5 approaches here, a couple of them being new, there's a lot of traffic on this road. It hasn't been maintained for months. It's washboard surface, and it's a straight area, so consequently when the pilgrims come out there, when they hit that straight area, they accelerate, and it causes a lot of washboard. And also the main problem is the dust. I think the chokecherry trees along my road are dying because of the dust there. But I think it should be the county's responsibility to put some dust suppressant on that particular area. I actually brought this up today because I got ready to pay the second half of my taxes, and I really don't see that I'm getting any benefit out of the tax that I paid so far. the road maintenance on that particular stretch of road is minimal. Sometimes in the winter, it's not plowed. I was thinking that maybe you could, one of these message boards you talked about, you could post along that road encouraging people to keep their speed down to 15 mile an hour or something like that. Sooner or later, there's going to be a serious accident in this area. When I'm working outside my dwelling, people on the little four-wheelers come roaring up and down the road, and every now and then you'll hear somebody, a full-size automobile, put on the brakes and skid to a halt. And twice people have run through my fence. And anyway, I think that the maintenance on this road should be improved. I think dust suppressant should be put on it. I see Lawrence County is doing that to their major gravel roads. I think Pennington County should too. The county has a obligation to be concerned with their citizens, protect their citizens, and I think that doing something to this road should be one of their major concerns. I'm reminded that when they redid the highway out to Deerfield, they took the millings off of that road, and they, instead of putting them on the Mystic Road, they put them on I think the Ditch Creek Road. And I can only surmise that maybe somebody in the county highway department has a friend or property up in that area. I don't see why they did that, because there's no tax revenue up in that area, you know. I see you smile, ma'am, but maybe it's true, I don't know.
I think it's unfortunate that you would accuse us of this, and you kind of just ruined your argument for me,
Well,
because I was interested in trying to help you.
It's discouraging to the Albert family. My neighbors, Todd and Amy, with 4 young children, and of course the people from Sioux Falls who have the various RV sites there that the county approved of about 4 years ago, and they should not have done that. But anyway, I think it's the county's responsibility to do something in this regard here.
So, Mr. Hargens, sir, did you talk to your county commissioner about the dust suppressant?
2 years ago I did, yeah.
So you haven't, who's your commissioner now?
I have no idea. I don't know.
George or Linda, are you? No.
It's in District 1, yes, and I have not had any contact with Mr. Hargens, no.
Sir, the easiest way to get something done is to contact your commissioner, have him set up a meeting with your constituents, go through the laws of the dust suppressant, George knows those, and then find solution. I would just encourage you to do that in the future, because it's a lot easier to get it done. And then we know from the commissioner, you and the neighbors, the bottom line, and maybe you might find something out before you come here, which is
Right.
just, and not that I'm.
Well, with my past problems and no reaction from the county, I thought that this would probably be a better source to solve the problem.
Okay, usually it's through your commissioner, so they know the information to help us with, but maybe you can get in contact with George.
Maybe we can do that, Mr. Farabee? Maybe we can get together and discuss this?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. That way he can give you the laws and the rules that we have on the dust suppressant too, sir.
I see. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 19.
Mr. Chair, I would comment that the millings that came off of Deerfield Road a couple of years ago, and I don't know, I know where it went. I don't know whether the folks there at Mountain Meadow paid for it, but you know where the lake is in Mountain Meadow store. They use those excess millings to go on past the store a little ways, you know, off of Deerfield Road. Didn't go on Ditch Creek, any place that I know of. And I presume Mountain Meadow, the folks that owned that, had to pay for those millings.
So Commissioner Farabee, have you met with the highway to figure that out?
That's,
Okay,
well, it's not an issue, it's a done deal.
we're on item 19.
Good morning. My name is Stanton Hope. I'm a resident and property owner at 8625 Nemo Road. I'm here this morning to request a waiver of fine and penalty fee for variance. In April of this year, I talked to Planning and Zoning and requested a building permit. The permit was denied because my home has an attached garage that was found to be encroaching into a required 25-foot setback on the side yard. We purchased our home in January of 2015, and we found that the attached garage had been constructed in 2001 by a previous owner. And this, the fine that I'm talking about this morning, I was told by staff at Planning and Zoning that $300 of it was because no building permit had been issued, and $500 was because the construction had been done and the building was in existence at the time the encroachment was found to exist. But they also told me that the building permit had been issued in 2001. And of course, the building was in existence when we purchased it. So it wasn't of my doing. I guess I purchased somebody else's problem. But the cost of pursuing the variance, the $370 for advertising, is my obligation. You know, I'm willing to pay that part, but the other part, I think, just causes a penalty for me for something that I didn't do. So I'm asking for a waiver, and this is kind of previous to an action that will be coming before you in your next meeting, which is the request for the variance itself. And I don't know if you're going to have me back here to discuss that later, or how you'll address that, but.
Mark?
Mark Vargo, appearing in my personal capacity. I know that doesn't really have anything to do with the penalty fees, but as the person whose property is being encroached upon, I never noticed that I was being encroached upon. And when it comes up next time, in case I'm not here, as the neighbor, I certainly don't have any problem with it. So,
Thank you.
just to let you know that that's been there for a long time, as he said, and actually even I think before we moved onto the property in 1992. So it's been a long-standing situation and one that doesn't cause any difficulties.
Thanks, Mark.
Okay, Mr. Chair, before, Mark,
Oh, yes, sir.
no, you said that this building encroaches on your property?
I would be the person who's the setback. The line that he's too close to is the line between his property and mine.
Yeah.
So it doesn't actually come onto my property, but
Yeah.
the setback's not accurate.
Words are very important. It's his property that the building is on.
Right.
And you're the one that doesn't have the 25 feet separation. In town, you don't have 8 feet, but.
Correct.
But that's a different matter. But we want to make sure it's not encroaching on your property.
Use the word encroaching to mean the 25 feet, not the, encroaching means getting near to, Mr. Farabee.
Well.
Just pointing out that the words are important.
And Mr. Chair, if I might, if you're zoned this way, you can have 8 feet, 8 feet of space. If you're zoned like I am, you gotta have 25 feet of space. Or like the chairman is he gotta have 25 feet of space. So we gotta be really, really careful, and that's very discriminatory to me, very discriminatory.
The point that I want to make is that it's not causing any problems.
Thank you, and I certainly appreciate that.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Hope?
Mr. Hope, if we could, we would like to hear from PJ as well, but you can stand there if you like still, so. Thank you, Mr. Hope.
Yes. You have any specific questions? I can get the staff member that's handled this staff report from the beginning.
That would be good,
Okay,
just to know.
that'd be
that-
Cassie.
Yeah,
Thank
just to know all the answers. Thank you, Miss Cassie.
Yeah, Cassie Bosted, Assistant Planning Director. What questions do you have?
Just tell us the history on it and how we came to where we're at today.
Mr. Hope is very accurate. This came about because he came in, applied for a building permit for a picnic shelter. That permit wasn't denied. It was just, it has not yet been approved. It is still an open building permit because the attached garage does not meet the appropriate 25-foot setback. So by our zoning ordinance, he did come in and apply for a variance, and by our zoning ordinance, since it's already there, he did have to pay a doubled application fee, which would have been an extra $300 plus a $500 penalty fee. So total additional fees that he paid over top of what a conditional use permit usually costs is $800.
How many times, I'll just say this up straight, it happens a lot in the county.
It's because we don't have building inspectors.
Because, yes. So what happens is a lot of people that come in, buy properties, and then have to clean up what they bought from somebody else, and that's very unfortunate, and the penalty's pretty high for $800, but.
Mr. Chair, just as kind of a help, the reason those penalties and so on were put on was because we were having people who purposely
Built without a
did that, and it was an attempt to stop that, knowing full well that situations like this are going to come up, and we need to make it right for those people who did not purposely do it. But there are people who will purposely do that sort of thing.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, general question. In town, if you buy property, you have to have a survey and you have to have title insurance. Don't you in the county? Don't you have to have a survey and make sure your property is where, your house is where it's supposed to be?
I have copies of my survey, if you'd like to take a look at it.
Well, what does it show?
It says it's stamped on here that it's not, the boundary shown on here, not to be used for the purpose of locating the boundary, which I believe is what planning and zoning used.
So in other words, you paid a lot of money for a piece of junk.
So.
That piece of paper doesn't mean anything.
So
But,
that's exactly-
but what I'm getting at is, don't you have title insurance? Isn't that the people you should be going back to? Not the taxpayers of Pennington County? Just a question, I don't know.
Commissioner Bushford,
As long as there's human beings on the earth, there probably will be situations like this. But a lot of houses are bought and sold, lived in and moved out of, and people don't have any idea whether, as long as there's no building going on, they don't have any idea whether it's in the right place or not. And life goes on, and
Yeah, I appreciate that, life goes on. And, you know, if you bought title insurance, that's who would be responsible for it. Or you wouldn't have bought the place without having the original owner rectify it.
And I also seen in the city, things being rezoned from banks and other places that were rezoned wrong. So if you've been in politics or you've been on a planning commission, that's a little bit easier to say than if you're the common citizen that has no idea about all that. And I didn't till I got into buildings.
That's true.
And then learned about planning stuff, then got on the planning and zoning. So I agree with you in some senses, Mr. Buskerud, but the other is, I don't think people purposely are going out there and doing that and saying, okay, wow, I'm going to do this, because they came in, if they knew ahead of time, they would have came in right away and said, we just bought this property, guys, look what happened. But until they needed the county, did they figure it out? So that's, and I have said this before, having people pay penalties that built something and then knew it is different than someone common citizen. When you have builders come in and ask, then it's a little bit different than a common guy. That's just.
Mr. Chair, I think we're losing sight of the issue here.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to waive the penalty fees.
I wasn't done.
Oh, I apologize, I'm sorry.
The issue, is there a building permit for that building that is not currently spaced correctly?
Mr. Chair, there was a building permit issued for the attached garage in 2001. The site plan on that building permit indicated that the setback would be 30 feet.
So they built it in the wrong spot.
Correct.
But there is a building permit for that existing structure.
Yes, for the attached garage, there is.
If there is a permit, then why is he being fined for not having a permit?
He's not being fined for not having a permit. It's for the variance application.
Once again, why is he being fined for a building that he's applied for the variance? The building has a permit.
Yes.
That was built in the wrong place.
And a variance costs you $300.
Excuse me.
Well, know what she's trying to say, George.
Excuse me, that building has a permit. It's just located supposedly in the wrong place.
Correct.
So why is he being fined for not having a permit?
He's not.
He's not
for
being
variance.
fined for not having a permit.
You're not understanding.
You need to read the ordinance, George.
He applied for a variance. He applied for a variance.
You have to
Why is he
clarify,
being fined
PJ.
for not having a permit?
Mr. Chair, I can quote right out of the zoning ordinance, Section 511, Section W, Number 1, late charges. Any owner of a property upon which work has been done for which a conditional use permit, variance, mining permit, plat, rezoning, or planned unit development is required prior to the issuance of said permit shall pay a double application fee plus a $500 penalty fee. Straight from the ordinance.
Exactly my point. The building was there. The permit was issued years ago.
So Commissioner
This is
Farabee
what-
changed the ordinance.
Excuse me, what you just read is after the fact.
And that's why he's being fined. That is absolutely correct, after the fact.
Okay,
It's unbelievable.
do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I would like to move to waive the penalty fees for a total of $800 for Mr. Hope.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
Yes, if we don't like the ordinances, some of us are going in there with the planning staff and changing those. Others can sit up here and say it's unbelievable. Your job as a commissioner is to change it. Thank you, sir. Thank you for
Or
your time.
enforce it.
Yep.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anything further on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay, we need another motion.
Well, we aren't quite at 10:30.
You have a 5-minute break, please? PJ's
We
asking.
need a motion to go into Board of Adjustment.
But we aren't at 10:30 yet.
Can I make a motion to have a 5-minute break?
Second.
Yeah.
Died for lack of a second.
All those in favor, huh?
We
Aye.
need a motion.
Motion to go to Board of Adjustment.
Second.
Motion and a second to convene the Board of Adjustment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item 20A.
Item 20A is variance, PJ Conover, Director, Planning Department. Item 20A is variance 1608 for Darlene Hutchinson and Fisk Land Surveying as the agent. Other landowners involved are Don and Susan Hicks, and agents and landowners are in the audience today if you have any questions. Variance 1608 is to reduce the minimum required front yard setback from 25 feet to 10 feet to allow for a carport on the subject property in a suburban residential district. You've seen this before as a layout plat, and you're going to see it shortly as a minor plat. But just to go in for those that may not know the history of the property, it is located within Silver City. They are looking to consolidate the lots on their property. They have 4 currently, and, well, these are 2, but they're also developmental lots, so you're actually looking at 4 lots. They're looking to consolidate those into 1 lot. The lots to the right, the smaller rectangle, do not have any existing structures on the property. The lot to the left has a cabin that was built in 1977. There's been additions to the cabins through building permits in 2005 and 2016. And there's an operating permit from 2011. There's also an existing 8-foot plus 12-foot plus shed on the property. Again, this was heard by the Board of Commissioners and approved as a layout plat on June 10th with 12 conditions. On June 11th, the Planning Commission recommended approval of a minor plat 1612 and subdivision regulation variances, which you will hear shortly. This variance request is to add a carport on the subject property. As you can see from this preliminary plat that was submitted by Fisk Land Surveying, it showed the carport was actually in the right-of-way of St. Joseph Street in Silver City. The applicant has since sold that carport and it's been moved from that location. This property is now in compliance with everything that's has been required from the planning department. What they're asking to do now, on what are pictured right here, lot 5 and 6, is to relocate a new carport onto the subject property and be 10 feet from the property line. The carport, from the best of my understanding, is to go to the left of the shed that you see there, which is also going to be to the left of the existing single-family residence. It is a very wide right-of-way down in Silver City. The lots down there, each individual lot are only about 25 feet long. They would still have to meet the 8-foot setback from the side. They're just asking for a variance to the front yard setback. So if the Board of Adjustment recommends approval of variance 1608, staff recommends 3 conditions be included.
So, Mr. PJ, there's a road end 25 feet right away?
Sorry?
Is there a road end 25 feet, or the 25 feet is the road?
No, 25 feet is the length of a single lot. Those 4 the two lots that you're seeing up there are actually four. They're about 25 feet per lot, so you're looking about a 100-foot lot line.
Okay,
So that has nothing to do with the length of the road or the width of the road, just the width of the front lot line of the property.
I thought you were talking about the front lot line, which I thought was by the road, and you said that Hill City had bigger set or right-of-ways of 25 feet.
No, the right-of-way there on St. Joe's is much bigger than 25 feet, correct. And what they're looking to do is keep it on what are pictured here, Lot 5 and 6, but be closer to the front lot line than required in that zoning district.
Okay, but the right-of-way is 25 feet.
Bigger than that, I don't know the exact
Okay.
number of it.
That's
But if you can see here, to the left under the evergreen to the left, there's a property pin. So, and if you're looking at the properties there, look how far back their approach is. So that's all in the right of way. And then driving up onto the actual where the property begins.
Is this the family that they own these lots, so they would only be encroaching in on a family member's lot?
But they're going to consolidate all four together. It's going to be one lot, but yes, the family is involved. And we did hear a comment from a neighbor to the left, but it was actually in support.
Okay.
It wasn't against.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Is there anyone wishing to comment on this issue? Not, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I would move to approve the variance 1608 with the three conditions included.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a comment, just kind of a side comment. 25-foot wide lot, they'd really have a tough time having 25-foot setback, wouldn't they? Just a side issue, thank you.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Item B.
Good morning, Cassie Bolstead, Assistant Planning Director. Item B is a variance request 1609 for Mr. Stanton Hope. This is to reduce that minimum required side yard setback from 25 feet to 20 feet in order to bring his existing single-family residence with attached garage into compliance. I know we just heard some of this from Mr. Hope, but for those that weren't in the audience previously, this property is zone limited agriculture district. Access to this is off of Nemo Road. It contains a single-family residence, an attached garage, and a shed, and also an on-site wastewater treatment system. This came about because he did apply for a building permit for a picnic shelter, and during review of that building permit, staff found that the existing single-family residence with attached garage does encroach on the side yard setback on the northern property line. There was a building permit that was approved for that attached garage in 2001. The site plan for that indicated it would have a 30-foot side yard setback. Staff did speak with the applicant regarding the setback issue, and he then applied for this variance request. Along with his variance application, he did also submit a supplemental letter further explaining his request, which should be included with your staff report. So ultimately, this is just bringing a property into compliance so that he can go ahead and construct his proposed picnic shelter. So if the Board of Adjustment does choose to approve variance 1609, staff recommends 3 conditions be included.
My motion is move approval with the 3 conditions, please.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Item, I think we need to
Go out of.
Out of Board of
make
Adjustment.
another motion.
Make a motion to go out of Board of Adjustment. I was going to call it variance board.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second
It's like, well,
to adjourn as the Board of Adjustment. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Consent calendar.
The Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine planning and zoning items quickly. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda for planning and zoning contains the following items. Item C, road name Towering Pines Lane Mills Family Limited Partnership. Approval has been recommended. Item D, layout plat 1609 and subdivision regulation variance 1601 for Thomas and Janine Price, and approval has been recommended. Item E, minor plat 1612 and subdivision regulation variance 1603 for Darlene Hutchinson, Fisk Land Surveying as the agent, and approval has been recommended. Item F, first reading and public hearing of Plan Unit Development 1603 for Dan and Nancy Evangelisto, and has been recommended to continue to allow the applicants time to work with staff to address complaints received.
Does anyone wish any of the items on the consent agenda removed?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to remove item F.
Okay, item F. Any others? If not, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item F.
Second?
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item F.
Mr. Chair, the reason that I pulled that is that we're kind of voting every meeting to continue this and continue this. And I'm wondering if we shouldn't take it out longer than the next meeting. Maybe, I'm not sure, PJ, how long this would take to solve, but it seems like it's a considerable amount of work, and it's not getting...
It is a considerable amount of work, also keeping in the fact that it's also season for the bed and breakfast and for a lot of vacation homes around the county. So whether they would have time to make any of those changes in the next few months, it would be harder for them to do. It is a considerable amount of work that they would have to fix. So recommend maybe September, October.
Well, I guess for me, I would like to make sure they have plenty of time, because through September, they're probably going to be pretty busy with their bed and breakfast.
Okay.
So what would the first meeting in October be?
If we moved it to the October 4th Board of Commissioners meeting, it would then have to be heard on September 26th Planning Commission meeting. If we went to the October 18th Board of Commissioners meeting, it would be heard on the October 10th Planning Commission meeting. So that would be both meetings in October, but it'd be later.
Just a suggestion, I would feel uncomfortable doing this without the applicants in the audience, because I think you can work with them, PJ, to figure out what that date should be, if it should be continued. And I'm totally understanding what you're saying, Miss Nancy, but I think we should ask the applicant if, you know, and PJ to work together and come back and say, okay, we're ready to go, or go ahead and continue it 2 months.
And staff hasn't talked to the applicant. We also haven't received any response as to how they're going to correct this. Neither has our environmental planning supervisor or the highway department. We actually like the idea, because then it'll put a time frame on it. So it could go on for years, essentially.
So if they come in early, like if we go 2 months from now and they come in early, we can put it back on and...
Oh, absolutely. We would
Okay,
encourage that,
okay,
yes.
okay,
Yes.
thank you.
But I think what you're trying to do, Commissioner Troutman, is put a limit on it.
Yeah, so that we get something done, but yet we give them the time to get it done.
Thank you, Ms.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Troutman.
Thank you, that's a good idea. Thank you.
So how about a suggestion from you, since you work in the planning, what would be the best time?
I'd recommend to move it to the October 18, 2016 Board of Commissioners meeting, which would then put it on the October 10th Planning Commission meeting.
So I would make a motion to continue this item until the October 18th Board of County Commissioners meeting.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item G.
All right. Item G is an appeal of conditional use permit, excuse me, CU 1612 for TC Enterprises, Todd Schutzel as the agent. I'm going to give you a little brief history on this. The applicant is in the audience today, as well as the appellants. This is a conditional use permit request to allow bicycle rentals, ATV rentals, and a retail shop as neighborhood commercial in a suburban residential district. This property is located up in Rochford. It's on the property that is formerly Rochford University. It is zoned suburban residential district. It's 0.37 acres. Currently contains a single-family residence and an on-site wastewater treatment system, and also about a 14 by 10 structure. Let's see here, what the applicant is requesting to do. We did speak with the applicant on several occasions regarding his desired use for this subject property. Ultimately, staff gave him the following options to try to allow these uses on this property. We gave him the option to rezone to a zoning district that would fit the commercial use that he's requesting, or to request a conditional use permit to allow this neighborhood commercial use for bicycle rentals, ATV rentals, and a retail shop. Ultimately, the applicant did decide to go with the conditional use permit, and on his application, he indicated that it would be used for rental of bicycles for the Mickelson Trail, rental of ATVs and four-wheelers for Black Hills Forest Trails, sale of snack items to go on the trails, t-shirts, and ice cream. Mr. Schutzel did indicate to staff that he felt a conditional use permit was a better option rather than rezoning because it would prevent the property from having open up the commercial uses permanently. It's more of a temporary solution to do what he would like to do. He is proposing to construct a shop on the subject property to store the rental units if this conditional use permit is approved. So at the Planning Commission meeting, there was a concern regarding the number of ATVs. At the time of the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant had agreed to limit the number of ATVs to 2. The neighboring community had also agreed to limit the number of ATV units to 2. Ultimately, the Planning Commission voted to go with an unlimited number of ATVs. So the Planning Commission recommended approval of the conditional use permit with 19 conditions, not limiting the number of ATVs. This was then appealed by some of the neighboring members of the community.
Sorry, Chairman.
Any questions for Cassie?
I have one, Mr. Chairman. Why in the world, if the applicant agreed to 2 and the people agreed to 2, why did the Planning Commission throw that out?
There was a motion that was made, if I recollect correctly. There was a motion that was made to limit it to 2. I believe that motion ended up being a tied vote, so it failed. So then ultimately they went back to the motion to approve with no limit.
Mr. Chair.
Makes no sense to me, but.
Cassie, what kind of discussion was there? Because we, in Pennington County, have an ordinance relating to where ATVs can be driven. I am trying to figure out how they're going to get to the Mickelson Trail and not, I mean, there's some distance there, and they're going to have to be following our ordinance. I'm also concerned about the Forest Service because they're having so much trouble right now with people doing things that they shouldn't, making their own trails, et cetera. So I want to know if that was part of the discussion.
It was, and I do know, I believe that the applicant has been in contact with the Forest Service representatives from the Mickelson Trail. He has spoken with several of those agencies regarding what he's trying to do and the special use permits and things like that that he would need to obtain. And so he is in the works of that. Just for frame of reference, the closest Mickelson Trail access point would be right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he could go down this,
Yes.
because our problem is that the ATVers go off the highways because it's not as much fun and then create quite an issue.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So if we wanted to switch it back, we can say that the conditional use permit be for bicycle rentals, 2 ATVs rentals, and a retail shop. Because it seems common sense that if the neighbors are in agreement with 2 and the owner is, they found a solution that would work for both sides.
Right. I'm not entirely certain if that is the only reason that it was appealed. But if that is something that can be negotiated, it could very easily be put into condition number 1, to just limit the number of ATVs to 2.
That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
That'd be my second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I would ask if there's anyone in the audience who wishes to comment on this issue. Come forward, please. State your name.
Mr. Chair, will he only, because there is a motion on the floor, be able to discuss the 2 ATVs? Because by protocol of Robert's Rules of Order, that would be the way that it is. I would prefer to have them speak about the whole concerns and not just the 2 versus unlimited ATVs. So I would hope that the motion maker and seconder, that's not a word, would pull back their motion temporarily so that we can hear the whole concerns, not just that ATV concern? Is that something you would be willing to do?
No.
No?
I believe we can hear all the information, and it does pertain to ATVs, which is on what our motion is. So if he decides 2 or 10, I'm good with that.
Well, it's a start. My name is Bert Mason. I do live in Rochford, right across the street. First of all, the Mickelson Trail is a non-motorized trail out there. They can't take ATVs on there. So the closest place they can get off the road is probably 2 to 3 miles. Coming in, it is a county road. Many of these ATVs come, because to me, let me back up just a second. It's not the 2 ATVs. There's already a problem with ATVs out there, and there's no law enforcement. And it's not so much against Pennington County's law enforcement. It's Game Fish and Parks. It's the Forest Service and Highway Patrol, along with Pennington County Sheriff's Department. There is no control over any of them out there. They come in and out of town. I've seen 8 and 9-year-old kids come driving into Rochford. The only way to get into Rochford on a county road, it's illegal for them to be there. One thing it has improved, there's more of them that are licensed, but there's still a lot of them that aren't even licensed. The only way to get into Rochford is a county road, and you have to be licensed. Nobody does anything about it. So being the 2, it's not a problem. But one of my bigger concerns about those 2 is there's no, parking is a problem. I know you're talking about 2 ATVs, but it's not the 2. It's all the rest of them out there with the lack of law enforcement to control any of them. The noise, another thing you don't have, I don't have so much about them opening a business, but according to what you've got, they can have people come in there at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning revving those things up. And believe me, I've had them within a foot of my bedroom window, not bedroom window, but my front room window. They're noisy. Once again, there's no control over them. Who's going to control it? I know they want to go in business, I can understand it, but you're the county, you're the government out there, but there's no control over anything. People do whatever they want. I guess, still have more to say on it, but that's all I can say about just the 2 ATVs.
Okay, any question for Mr. Mason?
Well, I just have a comment that as part of the conditional use permit, it looks like there's a minimum of 5 off-street parking spots. I don't know where they're going to put them, you know better than me. And the hours of operation are between 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. And if there's no enforcement, good luck with that one.
I have Mr. Kirby looked at my house here about 2 months ago. Just so you're aware of it, I intend to fence my property, which is going to crowd the north side between where the Mall of America and this new business. It's only a 20-foot right-of-way. Where your white line is, that's my property line, and I do intend to fence my property to keep these people out, just so you're aware of it.
Anyone else wishing to comment?
Mr. Chair, for full disclosure, the Highway Superintendent and I volunteered back in March to go up and meet with Mr. Mason. We had a problem with encroachment on County Highway, and I think Mr. Wilsey and I, Superintendent Wilsey and I, made a good faith effort to help Mr. Mason. So that's full disclosure, and Mr. Wilsey, you want to say anything? Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to vote in favor of it. I think two ATVs will address quite a bit of the problem, and if not, it can be reviewed on a complaint basis, so we can always come back again if there's more worse complaints, I guess, Mr. Mason and the other people who have done that.
And Mr. Chair, I might add that I believe the residents, at least those that I'm fairly familiar with, will certainly comment if things get out of hand.
Okay.
I'm the applicant, Todd Schutzel, my wife Lisa, my daughter Catherine are back there. I think to clear up some of it, first of all, we weren't any intention of driving four-wheelers down the Mickelson Trail at all. We know that's illegal. We know that there's a road that's public roads that they're gonna have to be licensed, we're gonna have to follow the rules. We agreed to 2 ATVs. I think if you read the letters of appeals, which I really appreciate, because I'm up there at Rochford as well, trying to enjoy the quietness of Rochford, South Dakota, we do have an ATV problem. And we do have a lot of illegal activity going on up there. So I think we have to address that issue, but my proposal of doing bicycle rentals and ATV rentals and a retail shop, if it gets denied, it doesn't change the problems that are still occurring in Rochford, South Dakota. Nothing changes. You're still gonna have people go, if they're driving at 9 or 10 years old, that's illegal. We need to call the sheriff. If they're trespassing on people's property, that's illegal. We need to call the sheriff. I'd like to think that we could do a little bit more. The parking issue, to me, that's come up in 4 of the letters in the appeals. Parking, I addressed that at the last meeting. I have the best parking in Rochford, South Dakota. I own the 4.5 acres up above it. I can drive right up there. There's a driveway that goes all the way up there. I can go up there and have all the parking I want. I've got parking for at least 6 to 8 parking spots right now. Parking's not an issue. There is a parking issue in Rochford. There's a lot for sale in Rochford, South Dakota. There's a lot of proactive things that the community could do. You know, we could put signs up encouraging the ATVers, hey, this is our community, we respect you, you respect us, we want your commerce in Rochford. I'm okay with limiting it to 2 because it's not that a big deal to me. I think that's a limit on commerce. You know, I think that's probably not the direction we would want to take on limiting things to happen in Rochford, South Dakota, but I'm okay with that, because if that's what it's going to take to calm the storm of the community, I'm okay with that. But I can assure you, I don't think it's going to change the problem, because I don't control the ATVs that are coming privately. I don't control the ATVs that are coming off of 385, the people that are coming in, the 40 or 50 of them that are coming in town. I'm not part of that 40 or 50 that are coming in town. So limiting me to 2 isn't going to solve that problem. So.
But Mr. Schetzel, the bottom line is, it's a conditional use permit, and if they see how you run your business, you have 2, you come back in a year and go, okay, and then you have neighbor's consent, and you say, okay, he is a good neighbor, we're not against if he adds 5 or 6. I mean, it opens you up for a business at least, and then from there, if you are a good neighbor on ATVs, listen to Miss Nancy and others with ATVs in that area, that's what our concern is. It's not that we're trying to limit you, but we're trying to work out a solution with you and the neighbors.
And I tried to take, I think Cassie did it very well. You know, I tried to take the approach, instead of getting a general commercial, you know, take the less footprint on the community and say, okay, if this is something that I decide in 2 or 3 years that I'm no longer want to do, I can basically let my conditional use permit expire because I'm not using it anymore, and it closes up. If I went to general commercial, we could get it approved and I could turn around and sell it in 2 years, and there's certain things you can do on general commercial that we have no control over at that point.
Yeah.
So I tried to take a little bit less of approach. I think there's a lot of concerns that are brought up in these letters, and I do appreciate that, and I think a lot of those issues need to be resolved, but it's not gonna be, you know, because you're gonna vote, you know, limiting me one way or the other. I'm agreeing to be okay with that. I'd like that option to be able to come back in the future, so.
Right, and to be up straight, usually in suburban residential, we do neighborhood commercial, but not full-fledged commercial, at least from my personal opinion. So I think we're doing pretty good by trying to find a solution with you and the neighbors, sir.
Yeah, and I think that there's some positive things that we could do as a community. Like I said, I mean, the people storming up and down the road at 40 to 50 miles an hour. The speed limit says 25 right outside of Rochford, 3 different spots. So guess what? We all got a phone, well, phone doesn't work in Rochford. But we all can walk over and get their license number, because all those ATVs gotta be licensed. We can get their ATV license number, we can turn them in.
Sir, I think your business.
We gotta be
would
more
good.
proactive. I mean, I'm okay with that. I don't like alcohol. Well, I'm not gonna go turn people in all the time, but if I see someone drinking and driving, that's illegal. I'm gonna turn them in. So I think we've got some solutions here.
Okay.
I think it's a doable deal, so.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you know, we're referring to that Mickelson Trail, but it really comes from one of the conditions on number 3 that's stated here, where it's talking about, it specifically says the ATVs will go on the Mickelson Trail. So that was, I think, some of how this got started. Should that be in condition 3?
ATV, four-wheelers, or basically ORV, et cetera. So if they're not allowed on that, he's saying the bikes and the other stuff is what I got out of it.
Sure, but why are we permitting something that's not allowed by law? Do you see what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure that all out.
Sure. That condition was taken almost verbatim from comments from the Forest Service. And he actually said, it says in there that they apply for a special use permit for outfitting a trail ride on the Mickelson Trail and other Black Hills National Forest trails. So that was almost verbatim from what I got from Rodney Brown from the Forest Service. I didn't want to really play with that too much because I don't know what specific permits they'll need for Black Hills trails versus Mickelson Trail. So that was kind of the all-encompassing to make sure that what they're doing is legal with the Forest Service too.
But there's, to me, it doesn't make sense that we would put some kind of verbiage in there that says because that's where the concern is coming. That's where my concern was based on, is why that was, it was in there. So I'm concerned about how that's worded.
So if we strike it, does it do anything to his special permits or anything else that he
I don't
can't
see
get?
that it does.
No, I mean, he would still be required to get them. We wouldn't be able to.
Well, his ATV, there wouldn't be an ATV permit for Mickelson Trail. That's what you're saying, Deb. So why don't we not have that on there?
Well, like I said, that was taken almost verbatim from the Forest Service comments, so I didn't really play too much with that.
I get that. I understand that, but I'm just saying, I kind of think we should.
So Mr. Schetzel, do you have any comment on that?
Yeah.
Why that was?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I totally agree with Commissioner Troutman that Mickelson Trail should be removed from item 3. I'll amend my motion to move to approve 2 ATVs, and on condition number 3, remove Mickelson Trail, so that we're not misleading the public.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comments?
Just one thing to let you know that if the applicant does come back to asking to expand this conditional use permit, they would have to pay the full fees. You do have the option, which has been done before, to waive the $300 application fee if they're looking to expand, and the applicant is still responsible for the advertising fees and the hearing letters be mailed out. So the neighbors are going to know about it. They just don't have to pay the extra $300.
Thank you for the info, Mr. PJ.
Thanks.
Okay, anything further?
One comment I have to make about parking. There couldn't have been very many horse and buggies. It'd have to be just horses. I can't imagine more than just a few horses in Rochford. And you get wagons, or you'd have a traffic jam. So it's sure as hell not made for cars. And we just have to, folks that live there and drive through there, we just have to put up with what's there.
Okay, any further comments? We have a motion and a second. Are you okay with the motion, Karen? Yes. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Item H.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to abstain from this since these people are pretty much my family. How about that? So I will abstain.
So noted.
I'm going to sit over, should I sit over here or just?
Okay.
Down in the hall.
What if I sit over here, because you know I can't help myself, I want to talk, so.
Okay,
Take the mic away, it's good.
item H is appeal of conditional use permit CU 1616 for Carrie and Deborah Kasubi to allow a commercial storage, rental, and painting business in a suburban residential district. Before I get too far into this, I believe there is a representative for the appellants and applicants that would like to say something before we go into this whole thing, so.
Good morning, my name is Ross Wright. I'm an attorney that's been retained by the Kasubis. I'm from our Sioux Falls office of Lynn Jackson, Schultz, and LeBrun. I haven't had a whole lot of time to get into our file, but in looking at it, there were two different memos that were prepared. One had a list of 18 different recommendations, and then the one I believe before you has a list of 17. And yesterday, Cassie and I had an opportunity to talk on the phone, and I asked if she would be amenable to us postponing the consideration of this item before the board this morning to allow us an opportunity to remove some of the, I guess you could call it the low-hanging fruit items on those 17 different recommendations. Some of those are pretty easily remedied. There's the payment of some off-premises signs, or on-premises signs, I should say, and then some building permits. What we're trying to figure out is those buildings that were built without a building permit being issued were done so prior to the Kasubis purchasing the property. So we're trying to get to the bottom of what happened there. There was a building that also burned down on the property. And I think there may be a question of some fees that were assessed for removing some of the debris from that as a result of a fire. That fire happened when the previous owner had a heater in that building and it burned down. So we've got, I guess, more questions than we do answers at this point. And so we're going to be meeting with Cassie after this morning's meeting. But we would like to put our best foot forward before the county commission. And in the zoning ordinances, of course, it only says you get one bite of the apple, so to speak, every 12 months when you're requesting either a conditional use, a variance, or a rezone. And this is a CUP. And so we'd like to not waste your time with lots of testimony and deliberation, but we would like to have an opportunity to put a better product before you. So if the board would be amenable, we would be requesting a reset. I don't know when the board convenes next. I think it's in 2 weeks, we kind of kicked around some options, so.
The next Board of Commissioners meeting will be August 2nd.
And that, I think that'd be enough time, don't you? It certainly would be for us. Okay. So that's, I'm sorry.
No, I'll wait
That would
for
be
my-
our request, and we would just like a little bit more time to work with planning and zoning and, again, put our best foot forward.
So, Mr. Chair, I have a procedural question. Are they the ones that brought this to us, or was it the folks who were?
No, this, the planning commission actually recommended denial of this conditional use
Correct.
permit. So they were actually the ones who appealed the denial. Yes.
Okay, I wanted clarity with that.
Yes.
So then, they do have a right to request the extension. I was a little concerned you weren't the one who brought it forward. I wanted to make sure
Right.
that's very clear.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
The one question I'd have, and I certainly haven't done the research, I just didn't know what's going to happen, but there's a time limit for appeal. Is there also a time limit for the appeal to be heard?
Jay Alderman with the State's Attorney's Office. I'm not aware of a time, I think within a reasonable period of time. So this certainly, it would appear to me to be a reasonable period of time. And I know this hearing's been noticed up, and anybody who wanted to be here from the other side of it would have had the opportunity to be here today. And by having you take action, if you do, to continue it, that's notice to everyone of the date and time that would be, or at least the date that it would be continued to, so.
So you're not aware of any deadline for
I'm not
actually
aware of
having the
anything that
hearing?
says you have to decide an appeal within 7 days of the time it's appealed. I know you have to appeal within so many days of the decision of the planning commission. I think that's 5 or 10. But I'm not aware of a set number of days to decide the appeal once it's reached you.
Mr. Chair?
And I would say that usually that set number of days is to benefit the appellant to get it going.
Right.
And so since they're the ones requesting a delay, I can't possibly be a problem with that, I wouldn't think.
I would agree with your assessment.
Well, it was my understanding that when it's denied without prejudice, they have up to a year to bring it forward again. And,
We've done that in the past
Yeah.
with the denial without prejudice, yeah.
okay.
Make a motion to continue this for 2 weeks to the next meeting.
Oh, yeah, well,
You will have your opportunity when it's heard,
right.
We're not going to debate it today. If this motion passes at the meeting on August 2nd, you will have an opportunity to speak.
But Mr. Chair, on deference, those folks, everybody has a schedule, and if these folks were intending to be heard today, if anybody has a really, really pressing schedule, maybe we can let them talk today.
Well, no one
The,
has seconded my motion yet, so.
Excuse me?
No one had seconded my motion. I guess it's
So,
still up in the air.
How can we debate something that has not yet been fleshed out?
We don't want to debate the issue, we want to debate rescheduling it. First planning meeting at the last minute, he
Yep.
called off and said he needed more time. At the next planning meeting we showed up at, sat there for 3 hours, he didn't show up. Now, he's got an appeal, and once again, for the third time, he wants to keep moving it back.
Okay, since we didn't have this second for the motion, you folks can come up and speak, and would ask that if you follow someone, don't try to repeat what the person ahead of you said. And come up as you are compelled.
I'm Rex and Juanita Goon. We live right next door, literally next door. My wife and I attended the planning commission meeting where Mr. Kasubi request was to be decided. He canceled coming to the first meeting saying he needed more time to prepare. At the second meeting, we spent 3 hours of our morning waiting for the request to be discussed, only to find out Mr. Kasubi didn't show up. When we bought our house 8.5 years ago, we were well aware the buildings were next door, commercial type buildings. But we also knew there was no business next door being operated. Had the business been there at the time, I'm sure it would have factored in on our decision to even buy our house. We have some definite concerns since the side of our house is 26.5 feet from the largest building on the property. Our chain link fence is only 6.5 feet from this building. At the planning meeting, the only condition that seemed to be placed on this large metal building is that it can only be used for storage. This condition seems entirely too vague for a building that's approximately 50 by 100 feet. Does this mean one person storing their items in the building or possibly creating 50 or 60 cubicles that would be rented to the public? We also have strong concerns about what would even be allowed for Mr. Kasubi to store there. There was a large fire on the property a few months ago. Another large building burnt down. 8 fire trucks had to respond from as far away as Hill City because we have no fire hydrants. If flammable or toxic liquids were stored in this large building next to our house, it would create a definite fire hazard. We have a log home built in 1955. When one wall of the log home is damaged, the insurance company considers the house a total since there is no way to replace one wall. We are also concerned that the other businesses other than storage could appear a few years from now. Any business that creates noise, fumes, trash, or other around a building or increases traffic to the property would adversely affect our property value. We have had problems in the past with people coming up our driveway thinking it was the Kasubi property. When they get to the top of our drive, they back and forth several times before going back out on 44. On a couple occasions, cars have come very close to hitting things on our property. Any business that creates more traffic will also bring more cars up our driveway. In fact, the night of the fire, 2 Rapid City fire trucks came up our drive thinking it was a Kasubi property. We're not trying to stop Mr. Kasubi from using his property. Our biggest concern is that the largest building, which is right next to our house, its future use could definitely affect our property value and create a fire hazard. We want to be good neighbors with Mr. Kasubi and get along with him. We hope he understands and respects our concerns. What I'd like to show you is a picture of this is our house right here. This is our garage. This is approximately a 50 by 100 foot building, 26 and a half feet from the side of our house. Now, most of what the attorney just brought up, as far as they want to look into buildings that were built without getting permits and things like that, have nothing to do with a conditional use permit that they're applying for. What does that have to do with it? I don't care when he fixes that issue. What does permits and that have to do with what he wants to do with the property now? Thank you.
Any questions from the commission?
The reason that the permits are important is that we can't issue the conditional use permit until all of it is cleaned up. So all of that has to be cleaned up.
Okay, anyone else wishing to comment?
Hi, my name is Steve McCarthy. I'm one of the adjacent property owners. I, along with my neighbor who just spoke, attended the first planning commission meeting, which the applicant didn't show up for. The second one, which he didn't show up for. And now we're here for the third time, a matter of 5 or 6 hours of sitting here. And I think it's a real imposition on his part that he brings up these issues. The attorney talked that he met with Cassie yesterday. Well, he knows this issue's been going on for at least 3 months through the application process. So I don't feel there's any reason to delay this. He's had adequate time to make his case, and it's beholden on him to make that case, and he's constantly delays it, just ruining relations with his neighbors. At a minimum, I would ask you, since he is delayed it, that there are 3 adjacent landowners who have a serious interest in this, if you would make sure that they're available when he wants to delay it. Because we've come to the meetings and he hasn't, and I think the board should demand that we have the opportunity to make sure that those dates are good for us too. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think that's a reasonable request, and one of the individuals that Mr. McCarthy talked about is, I talked to him here a couple days ago, and he had a trip planned for a long, long time, otherwise he'd be here today, and obviously these 2 gentlemen and the other fellow I just mentioned have a vested interest in this thing, and so I think we should honor their request.
Anything further? Anyone else wishing to address this?
If I could speak. Thank you. I had an opportunity to meet with Carrie and Deb before today's meeting. And a couple things that came up were pretty evident right away. Carrie grew up in Rapid City, and so did Deb. They were high school sweethearts. They love Rapid City. I had no idea, but in talking with Carrie, he's painted all over town. He was telling me some of the jobs he's done at the schools, at the Boys and Girls Club, the YMCA. He's even painted in the courthouse. And his goal here is not to stir up a hornet's nest and be a bad neighbor. It's clear to me that this is bothering him a lot. It bothers Deb as well. In my previous career, I was a Lincoln County State's Attorney in Canton, South Dakota, before I joined the firm. Had an opportunity to work on a lot of planning and zoning issues, and I told the Kasubis that whenever you're working on planning and zoning, if you can be an applicant who came in having had an opportunity to work with the neighbors first, you have a far better chance of getting done what you want to get done. One of the things, and I'll just be totally honest with everybody here, you folks are taxpayers in Pennington County. We all pay taxes at different rates based on what our home is zoned for, right? Well, this property we found has been assessed at a commercial rate for years, and it's been a commercial piece of property going back to 1972. So that's an issue. And one of the things that we need to figure out is, number one, what is the amount that's owed for these building permits and for the signs, because the Kasubis didn't erect those buildings. And so we need to get to the bottom of that, and Cassie has graciously agreed to do an accounting to try to figure that amount out. Number two, I guess, I mentioned some of the recommendations. There's some low-hanging fruit on there. Some of the things that I noticed, and PJ and Cassie, I guess, can set me straight when we get a chance to get together. Some of those recommendations are things that are already required in your planning and zoning ordinances. And so we, in looking at that, we wanted to have as few recommendations as possible or conditions as possible on the conditional use. The other thing that we talked about is, do we even want to go in as a conditional use request? We may want to ask for a rezone request instead and treat it as commercial, which is what the use of that property has been going back to 1972. There used to be a camper sales place at that location. PJ, in meeting with him, one of the concerns that Mr. Sundby has expressed, that the goons have expressed and just did again, is the painting issue and flammable and hazardous materials. And I just saw a picture of a beautiful home. We don't want to burn that down any more than they don't want us to. And so we kicked around the idea of making sure that there isn't a paint booth on the property, that essentially all it is a place for Mr. Kasubi's staff of 15 to go and meet at the beginning of the day, pick up their trucks, their brushes, go out into the community, do their jobs, and then come back at the end of the day. And so that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of, is what's the best thing that we can do and what's the best use of the property. And I'll close with this. One of the things that I noticed in looking at your planning and zoning ordinances, they're just like the planning and zoning ordinances in Lincoln County. You try to mitigate the effects of the property on the surrounding area. The topography of that area is such that, as you folks know, there's a hillside that goes by and you look up the hill, so you can't see from the road what's going on in the back of the property. The screening that's required on all these different conditional zones that are all around Pennington County call for fences. Well, there's a nice fence there that's been repainted, and it calls for trees, and there's trees on that property too. But to the extent we can do more, we want to look into that. And so, again, we want to be good neighbors. I'm told after last night's rain, there's a spot where some gravel has washed out, but Kerry has done extensive drainage work on that property, so he is a good neighbor, and he's not casting all kinds of water downstream to the folks who live below him. And so perhaps there's something that we can do more there as well. But I'll say again to the folks in the room who are upset, we want to work with you. We want to do what we can, and we want to make sure that they get a chance to speak too. And so if we need to reschedule the meeting that's set on the 2nd, we're happy to do that too. So thank you for your time.
Mr. Chair, in that vein, I have a motion. The motion is for the applicant and the 3 neighbors get together and come back to us with a plan that we can approve.
On August or on September.
Whenever they're ready.
Okay.
Like I said, my motion is the applicant and the 3 neighbors to try to negotiate a plan that we can approve.
Is there a second? I'll second it.
Mr. Chair, I agree with the motion, but I think there needs to be some time limit on it, because we're going to be back in the same situation we were just a few items ago, where it kind of flows. We need a time limit. Would that be a consideration that you could
I'll
live with?
amend my motion of no later than the first meeting in November.
Okay, I'm good with that.
And the amendment is acceptable to me as a second.
And just for accuracy, that would be November 1st.
Okay, Karen?
Well, hopefully you'll have a plan worked out by then.
Mr. Chair, if we set that November 1st, but they come to you, PJ, and ask for it to be moved up, can you bring that to us to change that?
Yeah, if all parties are in agreement, that wouldn't be a problem, because I believe the motion was no later than.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
Okay, we all square now? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chair, my thinking is, even though not everybody is in agreement with the neighbors, that they want us to make the decision, and I've always had the philosophy that the neighbors are probably the best suited to settle our differences, and if we can't, well, at least they give it a try, and I think it's incumbent upon them to give it a shot and bring us something that we can approve.
Anything further? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay. Item I.
Kelsey Roush, Pennington County Planning Department. Item I is a conditional use permit appeal for Steve and Catherine Ventisher. The conditional use permit is for to allow for a vacation home rental on the subject property in a low-density residential district. Planning Commission approved this conditional use permit with 16 conditions on June 27th. The surrounding property owners and the homeowners association has submitted an appeal against this conditional use permit. There's a community well. They're attached to a community well that serves 5 homes, and they have a private septic system that was recently upgraded. The appellants and the applicants are here, and I will let the appellants speak.
Hi. My name is Lon Buhner. I live in this subdivision. And our primary concern, or my primary concern, and I'll let the homeowners president speak here after I finish, but my concern is primarily around the water issues. I also have a concern about the fire risk, which is kind of tied in to the water issues. In order to explain the situation, I need to provide a little background information of our area. It's a relatively small area of homes, but it consists of 2 subdivisions with 2 different homeowners associations. One group of a family developed one side, the other group developed the other, so that's where we ended up. I'm in the homeowners association that this subject property is in. In our homeowners association, we have 2 wells which are shared by a number of homes. In one system, it's shared by 5 homes. In the other system, it's shared by 6 homes. There are other homes in our homeowners association that aren't tied into these shared wells. They have drilled their own private wells. In essence, when this was developed and before I moved in here, the people said, it's kind of first come, first served. We're going to drill a couple, call them community wells. These are the areas that can tap into that system, and what water they get, they get. The rest, as they were developed, didn't have the right to tie into that system. The homeowners association is not obligated to furnish water to anybody. But it's a situation where the people that are tied into those shared wells are responsible for the maintenance of those wells. So with that information, let me tell you what my concern is with regard to water. I'm very concerned about the water quantity that we have. I moved into this area in 2003. At that point in time, the Homeowners Association had decided that each homeowner that was tied into our water system should put in a cistern with a 1 gallon per minute flow restrictor. The reason being that we had such little amount of water coming out of our well that there were wells, particularly in the higher elevations, that were receiving no water at all. We have limped along for more than a decade, and at times when it's dry, various people in our subdivision, including myself, have had to haul water. This subject property is at the end of the system that is tied in to that particular well. It's at the highest elevation. It's in a treat area up the hillside. It's been very challenging to get that location considerable water. Our well is not capable of producing full time. It'll produce water for a little bit, shut off, come back on, and it'll produce until there is no more water. The property, before it was purchased and now is recommended for a vacation home rental, hauled water on several occasions. I was the president of the Homeowners Association for several years. I worked with that individual. I worked with the other people in our community to try to understand what could we do to try to deal with this water situation. Because of the lack of water, my concern is if we're going to approve this conditional use permit of a vacation home rental for 10 to up to 15 people, I really don't know where that water is going to come from. I really do not think, based on our history and in particular with today's weather, that our well is going to be able to provide sufficient water for that particular vacation home rental. I also have an additional concern that's tied into water. We as a group of homeowners with the water systems that we have decided that we are willing to accept the risk of being an unregulated water system. Because this vacation home rental is tied into this system that's tied in with other homeowners, my concern is that with 10 to 15 people being allowed to use that vacation home rental, we seriously run the risk of needing to become a public water system. If you read the definition of public water system, it's any water system which provides water to at least 25 people for at least 60 days annually. If you look at the other 4 homes that are tied into our system, you have 13 to 15 people. The reason I say there's a range there is because 2 of those homes have a college age person. They're there part of the year. Are they there 60 days out of the year? I don't know. I haven't been involved in that level of detail. But I looked at this issue when I was the president of the Homeowners Association to make sure that we stay in compliance with the law. So if they get their permit and they're allowed to have 10 occupants, plus an additional 5, I guess, for day use, and yet I still also see in the regulations, and I believe that there's been some literature that they have put together that says, oh, by the way, children under 5 don't count in your occupancy. I don't know how the Department of Environment and Natural Resources is going to factor all that in. So here we have a homeowners association and other homeowners that are shared in with this system that are not going to have control over what is said, how many people are in that home, and whether or not we're hitting and bumping and exceeding this 25 people over a 60-day period. I don't think it's fair for us as a homeowners association or for the other homeowners to kind of be forced into the possibility that we're a public water system. When I look at the website of DENR. I can understand public water systems. If you drive up 16 to get up to this property, you got Bear Country, you got Gaslight, you got Cosmos. They're all what they call transient, non-community water systems, which means that they're not residents that are there, but you do have a resident piece of it, but it's this transient population that makes us fall into this definition. There's really no gray area there, and I honestly don't know how the state is going to take a look at it or how we're going to look at it as a homeowner association. I am concerned as a member of the homeowners association, even though it's clear to me, and it's clear to all of us out there, that the homeowners association are not required to furnish the water. We're doing our best to get whatever water was drilled from those original wells. An added water issue that kind of ties in with this is I looked at the packet and I saw that on their water sample, there was no analysis done for nitrates. I'm concerned about that. One of the last things I did when I was president of the homeowners association is I got everybody to agree to drill a well in the center of our subdivision. I can tell you based on that testing, the same words that they have in here, that bacteriologically it's safe. But that well that we drilled, which is bacteriologically safe, had nitrates that exceeded the EPA regulations. The threshold was 10 parts per million. We tested in the teens up to as high as 33. We've worked with the School of Mines. We've done some tracer work for about the last 2 years, and we have not been able to solve that problem. So we have a well in our subdivision that we drilled that we're not producing because the EPA says it's not safe, even though we're not regulated. So if you approve this permit, I'm not saying, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that the water is not safe. But I'm telling you that what you have in your packet with that analysis that they did is incomplete and does not indicate that it's safe. We, again, as homeowners have decided we're willing to accept the health risk of not being a regulated water system. And I do understand that with the conditions that you put on here, that you tell people we're going to have an emergency evacuation plan for your safety, but there's nothing there that says you're going to tell the potential tenants that we're on an unregulated system and you kind of drink at your own risk. And I do think that I have some concern as a homeowners association member, even though I think we're removed from our obligation of that water quality to a significant degree. Heaven forbid if there's a 6-month-old that drinks that water and it's high in nitrates. Because I've got the information here from the South Dakota DNR handbook that says children under 6 can die from high nitrates. So if we're not going to have some process in place or some control to where we allow a transient population to come in and do what they want with that water, I just think it puts me in a very difficult situation. I don't want a lawyer to come to me down the road and say, well, but you remember that homeowners association, and the homeowners association years ago drilled these wells, and these wells were a shared responsibility, and this water was contaminated. Kind of tied in with this, on the same situation, is I know that they have revamped the wastewater treatment, and I've got some concerns again because of the nitrates, because if you take a look at the literature and try to understand if you have high nitrates, what are one of the things you can do? They say minimize the amount of wastewater you're going into your septic system. Try to minimize any contamination. Again, I'm not saying that the water today is unsafe. Last testing that I know of that we did said it is safe. But I will tell you that over the last few years, there has been 3 private wells drilled offsetting this particular property. They are not on the shared well system. The property to the west to the southwest and directly to the south. So here we're going to go ahead, if this is approved, stick more water into that septic system of theirs, and I think increase the risk of contamination of those offsetting private wells. Again, kind of tied in with water. Our community has worked well in the 13 years that I have been there because of trust. You can't have the kind of water issues we have and deal with them without trusting everybody. As president of the homeowner association, people would typically call me first if they had a water problem. I would always try to find out what's the deal with the well. It took us some time and quite a bit of money to realize in dry weather, we're not going to get much water. I've gone 3 days without a drop of water in coming into my cistern. Other people have accomplished the same thing. I've gotten on the phone and talked to the people that are at the lower elevation that will tend to get a little more water and say, conserve what you can, because we've got an issue. Hopefully our well's going to start to produce more. It's going to be a challenge to try to do that, I think, with a vacation home rental, where you have people that come and go, and I watch my cistern level. I would hope that the new owners kind of watch theirs. I would hope that they recognize that people that they are going to rent this to perhaps are going to have this water issue. Part of why we've tried to have some cisterns there and not run out of water is from the fire standpoint. And I'm not here to say the sky is falling, even though this is on one of the most heavily wooded lots, hilly lot, one of the more difficult lots perhaps to try to get to in case of a fire. The fire risk is real. And I will tell you that on September, well, I can look up the date here. In 2008, I believe it was, the property to the southwest of this property burnt to the ground. I will tell you that that same property, before it burnt to the ground, probably a year and a half, 2 years before that, had a fire up the hill, adjacent to this property. It was carelessness on the part of the property owner. Some ashes that they had put out there. I was there, and there was a county employee there trying to fight that fire before the fire department showed up. The county employee was driving by when the dump truck on Highway 16 saw the smoke, saw the fire, and said, I'm going to do what I can. So the fire risk is real. Because of that, we haven't told everybody in our subdivision, we don't want you to have fire pits, but we just have said, we're not going to have fire pits. But yet they are going to have a fire pit. They're allowed to have a fire pit. Your regulations and ordinance says they can have a fire pit. If anybody did any burning because they had a slash pile, we would call the whole neighborhood because we get very concerned about fire. That house that burned down, because of lack of water, nothing remained. That was 1/8 mile away. You step on the other side of 16, a 1/4 mile away from this property, was a gas light. You remember the pictures of the gas light, burnt to the ground. So if we have a fire in our subdivision, God help us. But I'll tell you this, God has been on our side, because when that house burned down adjacent to this property, there was snow on the ground. That's the only thing that kind of saved us. And when there was a fire on that same lot earlier in the morning, it was a calm morning. That's what saved us. And when the gas light burned down, there was a heavy mist, light rain. There were ashes flying over my house. There were ashes flying over our whole subdivision. So the fire risk is real. So in summary, when I take a look at the water issues that I have dealt with in this through here, when I take a look at my concern of being drug into a regulated water system, a public water system, and the potential risk of a public water system for 5 homes in the middle of our subdivision, is that where we think we should head? I don't think so. So that's why I'm opposed to this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Come forward.
7 kids in there with their.
Okay, my name is Wayne
Pat?
King. I'm the Vice President and Acting President of the Homeowners Association right now. Well, my primary thing, and I've been very active since 2012 in this, and I'm just gonna touch on the water. I know you heard about it, but I'm the guy that they call when somebody has a problem with their water, and I diagnose it if it's their problem with their cistern or their valves, or if it's our well. This particular, this lady that lived here before, I was up there a lot with her. She was a very nice lady, very independent, but had a lot of problems with water, okay? You've heard about all of that, and it was the first one on the system. Also, right below this residence, there's 2 other houses that have had to haul water in 2012, 7, and 8 because of droughts. And their draw on this well is gonna put a hurt on them. It says right in here at one point that, is it gonna put a drain on the houses below, or the way they live or whatever. Yes, it is, because they're gonna have to haul water when they deplete the well and that. Okay, also I will touch on their testing. They took a bacteria test on our wells. We do a nitrate with our bacteria. According to mid-continent testing, it is the safest, or a safe test. There's way farther tests, but on this particular well, I tested it. I've tested it twice, and the nitrates are creeping up in that well. In December of 2012, the nitrate was 5.9 parts per million. In August of 14, it crept up to 7.74 parts per million. Okay, 10 parts per million is the EPA, is their top thing on, or their top thing before they decide it's not drinkable. They have not taken no nitrate test on it, and I don't think it's our responsibility. Also, on the Department of Health Lodging Establishment Inspection Form, items number 3, water supply, adequate and safe. Not adequate for sure. Water sample submitted. Item number 4, yes, they submitted one, but not with the nitrate test on it. Okay, and then on item number 30, under water recreation and facilities, water samples are submitted weekly. Are they gonna take the water samples once a week to find out if the nitrates have crept up in it, or whose responsibility is that? Anyways, I'm just like Lon. I mean, neither I or our homeowners association, I feel, have to be responsible or for the quantity or quality of water this place is gonna get. You've heard enough about water. I've got one other thing. On their 16, they have 16 things they have to meet requirements. It's on here. I'll find it.
Each 5.
Anyways, they're supposed to have, their address is supposed to be visible from Pine Haven Drive in both directions. It's not visible at all. They have a little rock up there about 100 feet off of Pine Haven Drive going up. Their driveway is on an easement, and their property does not come right down to Pine Haven Drive. And they've got this little rock with this black letters on it with their address, and it's not, you can't not see it from Pine Haven Drive no matter what. And because I've been by there last couple days, and so they never even met their, whatever you call it, number 2 of their, excuse my mess. Okay, of the memorandum. That address for the residents, Pine Haven Drive, be posted at all times as residents at the driveway so that visible from both directions of travel on Pine Haven Drive, accordance with county ordinance. It's in there farther on, so they haven't even met their number 2 requirement. If anybody would want to go see it, I'm sure it'll be changed somehow. That's about all I can say. I'm getting a little too wound up. We had a very disappointing meeting with the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I'll leave my speech alone at that, but the water issue is very prominent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Michael Anderson. I'm the Secretary Treasurer of the Homeowners Association. I'm going to try to make this real brief because this is getting kind of drawn out. Our covenants indicate basically that you shouldn't have a business in our area. And this has been hashed out a little bit at the previous meeting. And basically what they said was that these vacation rental homes are not businesses per the South Dakota statute. So you have an operation that basically looks like a duck and it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, but according to South Dakota statute, it's not a duck. So they're just saying it's not a business. So basically, in looking at the Van Tyker's sales tax permit, it indicates that that they have at least 2 of these operations, one in Custer County, one in the subject property that we're talking about. So basically, I think if you looked at their business plan, even though they may not have a written business plan, the plan is, let's keep looking for these kind of properties. Let's snap up some others if they fit into our operation, and then we'll have a whole bunch of these. And the question is, how many of these do you have before you really have a business? Even if you talk about each of these individually as non-businesses, you put a bunch of them together, they, in my opinion, look like a business. They, they would have, their ultimate goal would be either to make a profit in the business or at least to enhance wealth. Either one is a business goal. So to wrap this up, I'm not sure that we're not dealing with a business here. I'm thinking that when you start piling these businesses or these non-businesses per the statute on top of each other, they become a business. And believe me, I'm not against business. I'm not. I wish the Van Tykers could make $1 million in their business. It's not that. I'm not against business. But I just don't want them doing that indirectly subsidized by the homeowners, the residents in these homeowners associations that they're buying these properties in. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Since Mike brought up the issue of business, I just wanted to make one comment, and that is that I do know, in seeing that from the packet, that the Deputy State's Attorney has said that a vacation home rental is a residence and not a business. But I just wanted to point out also in your packet, if you do take a look at the lodging license application, South Dakota Department of Health, on the left-hand side, application is for, and what's checked is the box that says new business. When you look at section 2, lodging license fees, it says type of business. Choose one. So when we're a homeowners association and we have covenants that says we don't allow businesses, it's very hard to swallow when you see this kind of information on state documents that says choose your business. And this is a business. The reason why that is somewhat important is section 319.14. And I'll quote, "In granting or denying a conditional use permit for a vacation home rental, the Planning Commission and/or Board of Commissioners shall uphold, it doesn't say may, it says shall uphold any restrictive covenants applicable to the property. And quite honestly, if I take a look at this and say, it's a business, it says it's a business, they had to check that it's a business. They had to choose which business. Well, if it's a business and our homeowners association covenants clearly say businesses aren't allowed, I ask, why were we even here? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Steve, and this is Kathy.
Kathy.
Yeah.
I think going back to what they were just talking about, according to cases on covenants prohibiting commercial and business activity or restricting property to residential purposes, a vacation home rental is considered a residence and isn't considered a commercial and business activity. And this is based upon numerous other court cases. And that's the information you guys already had on the other, when we were up here before. We meet the definition in the HOA's Article 8 based on that, Section 1. Each residential lot shall be used for residential purposes only, and that's what we are doing. We have been proactive with our improvements to our home, such as the septic system upgrades, egress windows, and just general appearance. Our home has complied with all of the county and state requirements. We have the proper inspections, plans, testings, licenses, permits, and insurances. We pay all the required taxes and fees associated with our home. And then now regarding water. We did have nitrates tested. Kelsey had it in her folder, and they did pass. Residential water needs do not change. Our well is shared by 5 homes, 22 bedrooms in these homes. So do the math. I mean, if you have 22 bedrooms and you have a person in every bedroom, one bedroom maybe has 2 people, you can probably end up exceeding their 25 people limit. These houses are designed to have more people in them than are currently in them. But that's not my point. My point is that in the covenants, page 9, section 11, the water system, the lots which are using any particular well located in the development shall own jointly and maintain equally that well. From my understanding, the 5 houses on that well own that well. So we have 5 homes with 22 bedrooms. The seller did not disclose any water issues. And prior to the purchase of our home, the water representative for the HOA was contacted. I talked to him. We were told that there were no water problems. Nothing was brought up about nitrates, water quality, water availability, or any of that. It was not until after we applied for our conditional use permit that these alleged serious deficiencies were brought forward. No one has ever told us how many times and over how many years the previous owner had not had water. So if I wonder, if I would not have applied for the conditional use permit and had moved in with 8 kids, would I have received such notification? Regardless, we practice water conservation with signage and use low flow fixtures. Also, to protect against the threat of water shortage, we have purchased an above grade storage tank should we have to haul water. And then finally, drilling a separate well has been considered. Hitting on a couple of the other topics that were brought up, degradation of the community-owned road is a concern for all of us. Our property is located roughly, well, it's behind the church. From Highway 16, there's 120 feet to a commercial driveway where they're currently redoing the old Pine Haven hotel. I think that's what it used to be. And then it was assisted living center. So that is a commercial property. So that's located 120 feet off of Highway 16. Another 50 feet is our common easement to our property with the church. Our path does not take us through the development. Regardless, when my kids and Kathy and I are home, we have 4 vehicles coming and going. Regarding the garbage trucks, because that was brought up in some of the other paperwork, I have never had the heavy garbage trucks travel on the easement with Grace Bible Church. I've been on a road district for many years and know the damage they can do, and the benefit of requesting lighter trucks when negotiating for their services. My taxes also help pay for the roads regardless of my location in the development. Regarding open fires, fire pits, and the sort, the previous owner had left a wood fire pit, so I copied verbiage from the county regarding its rules and usage. I appreciate the concern from the HOA, and we have deleted any references for any open wood fires and etc. We have reused the wood fire pit to a flower pit. It's sitting in front of the house. It's now a flower pit. So there is no wood burning activity going on. And then finally, security cameras have been installed for everyone's peace of mind. There was one more point I wanted to hit on. He said something about the sign for our a house number. Well, unless you cut woods through the woods, there is, if you look at the map on the wall there is no way for us to put a sign up besides where we could do it unless we're gonna mow through the trees, because we're set back behind somebody else's property. Makes sense. I mean, because you can see, I have it lit up. It's you drive into Grace Bible's road and you can see our house number. There's no way you're gonna see a sign from Pine Haven Road for our house number unless we cut a row down of trees and put a big 4x8 piece of plywood with numbers, because it just, and I think that county will see that once I send a picture showing that. Our home is our home. A residence regardless, and should be looked upon it that way. We are members of the homeowners association and will be involved neighbor with our community. We have a lot of time and talent to offer. We are good people with great references. Just get to know us. We look forward to the approval.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair, I do have
Yeah.
some. So you're making this a VHR, but you mentioned that you live there.
It's both. VHRs can be used for residents and for renting out,
So how long do you live there?
off and on, just whenever we want, whenever it's available or.
Okay, that's not a real good answer for me.
Well, I mean,
You've claimed that you
we've
you
spent.
live there.
Well, we live there part of the time. Over since,
A week of a
well,
month?
since December, we've been there pretty much all the time. Well, we've been fixing up the house, painting, carpet.
Which makes sense, but is your intent in the future to continue to live there for those lengths of time?
Working around when we can rent it out. That's our goal.
Okay. And you do have another VHR,
Yes,
and that's located where?
in Custer.
Okay. You mentioned that you met with a water rep. Who was that?
Mike Anderson.
Okay. That's what I needed to know. Okay.
So PJ, just a question of you. They can rent this house, can't they? Based on, if they don't do a vacation home rental, they can rent this house.
The 14-day
Legally.
rally rule is kind of what it's called.
Just
or-
rent it
or
for,
even long.
like, to me,
Or
if
even-
I wanted, right.
Yes.
And it has 5 bedrooms. So we're saying once they rent to someone with 5 bedrooms, that they no longer have enough water for anybody that goes there, or the water is unsafe. So that doesn't make any sense to me. So what I'm saying is if, okay, my mom comes in, we had 11 kids, are you gonna say that I can't rent this property because there's not enough water source? Or, I mean, what are we limiting? I understand it's gonna be a rental, whether, or they're turning it into a rental. So do they have to come to us to rent this house? And not make it just meaning if I want to rent it for 5 years, I can rent their house, right?
14 days or under, no, they do
No,
not.
she's talking long-term. You're talking as if we were to rent it.
Long-term? No.
There is at least one other rented house out there too, but not a vacation rental.
That can bring in 5 other people that want to being there.
And that was brought up last time, is, you know, somebody could move in and have 10 people. I mean, who's to say, who's going to restrict how many people can live in a house for one?
And here's the only reason why I would turn this down, because I think you should be able to rent your property. It's no different than the city, and only this county limits it. So, to me, there's a reason why every other county in this state do it, and we are a tourism industry. But I want to make sure and clear that the well, that would be my issue, that the well is safe. Meaning, if we have somebody else go into that well and they drink out of it, you shouldn't have to put in there, don't drink the water.
Right.
So
And
you have proof that that well is,
we have,
Should be in your packets as well.
well, this water,
and you prove that it was.
the water sample that was missing, Kelsey did have.
Okay.
May I see that?
Yeah.
Is that in your packet, Kelsey?
So, Mr. Chair,
All I have is.
I want clarification on how many wells. There was an existing well, and then they drilled another well. Am I correct?
2 and well 5.
Another well that you are not using.
Well 2. What's in our packets? Well 1.
So the well that they had tested was the well that you're actually using and not, okay. I want to make sure that's clear.
Oh, okay.
Just to clarify, that paper that he was showing Commissioner Fairby wasn't in the packets. It was just, it's a recent
Was?
copy. It was not.
Okay.
Yep.
And the septic systems you said were good.
Yep, they're good on that.
So it was just that one well, it wasn't the second well, and that.
We're only hooked up to the one well, correct?
Understand, but they're in the same vicinity, so they probably would test the same, but.
To me, I don't think it's a vacation home rental issue, it's a well issue. And no matter, it's a 5-bedroom house, no matter if we did it as one or the other, whether they rented it for someone for 10 years, there needs to be something done with the well. It doesn't have to do with just a vacation home rental.
Well, the other
In
thing
order
is.
to have an adequate supply of water.
Well, and we don't know for sure, you know, the capacity. They say there's a water issue. We haven't had any water issues. Plus, we've also put a 400-gallon tank in above grade.
Since you've been there, you've had no problem with your
No,
water?
no.
And that's what, 7 months you said? 7, 8 months?
Since January, yep.
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you.
And I did talk to the DENR regarding water and wells and this and that. And, you know, we can also drill our own well out front, you know, in our property if we so choose to do so and follow that up.
You said the church was 50 feet from you. Do they,
No, the
50 feet from the property line? Is that what you said?
No, well, no, that was on the main road there. The driveway is like 216 feet
Okay.
from the moment you get off of Pine Haven to turn into our driveway.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, isn't there a way to settle whether there's enough water or not? Because there are standards, and you know how much water is capable of being pumped out of your existing well. Instead of this argument about that, couldn't you find out, okay, there's so many gallons per minute, that will take care of how many people?
And I think there is when they drilled the well initially, but I wasn't privy to that, you know, because they rate the well based off of when it's first drilled, from my understanding. That's when I talked to the
Well,
DNR.
that doesn't make sense to me, because when it was first drilled and they rated it, there weren't that many people there.
Well, I think,
I'm
yeah,
on a current rating.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't know how much water, if there is a meter even hooked to this.
And how did they end up being allowed to put that many houses? And I think one of the men had said that this was one of the first houses without enough water, potentially safe water, and a good well, and people still moving in and building houses up there.
Well,
Let me try to answer your question. When these wells were initially drilled back in the 1996, 99 timeframe, they were pretty prolific wells. 15 gallons a minute, I know, on the one well in our subdivision. With time, keep in mind, we don't produce from a water aquifer. We get water from tiny cracks in our rock. So during dry times, we get less water. Both of our wells were well in excess of 10 gallons a minute when they were drilled many years ago. Neither one of them today can produce 5 gallons a minute. We have them with a 5 gallon per minute pump with a pump controller that once the pressure gets low enough, because it senses there's not enough water, the pump shuts off. So where most of the homes get their water is at nighttime when people aren't using it. So we have right now, I will tell you, not on their well because I'm on a different well than they are on the other part of the system. In the well that serves my home, shared by 6 homes, I would be surprised if I get, on a good day, a 1/4 a gallon a minute, maybe an 1/8 a gallon a minute. Like I said, I have gone 3 days without water.
So, sir, how long, you said since 96, how many homes have been built up there since 1996? And did you limit any of those homes coming up there because of your water then?
What happened was when the development area was created,
Right.
there were lots that were allowed to connect into the existing system.
Right.
What we did was we said we will not allow any homes that aren't already allowed to tie into that system to tie into it. So the development that has occurred over the last several years while I was president, they had to drill their own well. Every one of them came and said, can we tie into your system? We said no. We don't have the water to be able to furnish it. I will tell you this, the church offsetting them and the lot to the west of them were on our system, but they drilled their own wells. For whatever reason, one of them being just water quantity, they decided, hey, we're going to drill our own well. They have the option, they can do the same thing. So hopefully that helps explain. It's not, I can't tell you how much water they're going to get. If I know how much rain we're going to get, then you can get a pretty good idea. They'll be able to tell. My recommendation to them, and I'd like to sit down and explain to him the water system at some point in time. If you gauge it, you can get a pretty good idea how much water do I think I'm using, and is the well keeping up or not. Most of us have like a 1,500 gallon cistern. That's quite a bit of water. But I would say that most of us, and including them, if they would live there full time and use water on a 24-hour basis, they would find out that their cistern probably isn't full a lot. They would find out that there's a lot of times they're not getting water because the well is sitting there trying to kind of recharge. So hopefully that helps answer your question.
Okay, Mr. Chair, well, those 2 gentlemen there, you mentioned the cisterns. They're mandatory cisterns or voluntary in your HOA rules?
That happened right before I moved in 2003, and they were mandatory, was what I was told. So everybody that is on our system, 2 systems in our homeowner association has cisterns. Everybody that's on shared wells in the other homeowners association, in the other subdivision right across the road in general, has cisterns. The whole community got together and said, what are we going to do? We said, well, maybe what we need to do is go ahead with cisterns with flow restrictors. And we've been able to kind of get by, knock on wood.
And those are mandatory to a certain size?
I don't recall that it was a size. I know that some people one person put in a relatively small portable tank in his basement until it leaked on him, and then he put an external cistern outside. Everybody's got external cisterns outside. I can't tell you for sure what the minimum size was because it was right before my time.
Mr. Chair, another question related to the 25 people. It's been a while since I've read the rules. Apparently you've read them fairly recently. Public water supply, 25 people, that's mandatory. Had to have a backup. 25 people being served, then it's mandatory to be called a public water supply?
25 people being served for a period of 60 days
That's
or more.
mandatory.
It's mandatory. That by definition is a public water system, and then it's mandatory that you're a regulated system that will require us, someone in those 5 homes, that will require us to come up with a certified operator. They'll have to go through training, testing. There's a fairly rigorous testing, record keeping, all associated with that mandatory regulated water system. That's why we talked together as a homeowner association quite some time ago and said, this is an option. We could probably regulate it. We could probably we could consider tying the 2 systems together. That's where it came up. It wouldn't be easy to do because it's on the other side of the road and quite a distance apart. One thing that would have done to us is immediately caused us to be a regulated system. And we said, we're not adding any new water by doing that. So we said there's other solutions that we probably prefer.
So all those public water supply rules are spelled out in South Dakota administrative rules.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have another gentleman wishing to speak.
Just this, Mike Anderson again. Just wanted to respond to the fact that they contacted me, and they did, in fact, contact me, and what they were asking was, are there any problems that you know of up in that house? And the only thing I could come up with is make sure the septic is working. I mean, I knew that there was an issue or two with water up there, but I thought they were just gonna be residents moving in. We were gonna work to try to, mitigate whatever issues that we could, for a residential situation. They did not mention to me that it was gonna be a vacation home rental. That's all I have.
I guess the last thing I would just like to say is that we do have a plan for the water. If we do become having a water problem, we will haul water in. That's not a problem. We've already made those plans. We made arrangements to be able to have almost 2,000 gallons between the refill in the cistern and with the extra tank that we put in. So we've already made plans for if we become short on water.
And I get that, but here's the concern. Your extra draw affects everybody else that's using the well.
But if we had 8 people in our house, what would be the difference? If I have my family living there, there would be 10 people in the house.
Here's what's the difference. If you're living there, you're aware of the issue, and I would hope you would be a good neighbor and try to minimize water usage. But when you have people coming in and out every day or so, and it could be many people, they don't care because they're going to leave.
I don't know.
I disagree.
I've met a lot of good
disagree because
people.
I've seen people, Rapid City or otherwise, that do you can say water shortage and they still do whatever they want. So it's not going to take a vacation home rental person to do that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
And the people we've met on our Custer property have been that way. We have our own well down there, and they all are wonderful people. They don't overuse. We've never ran water short. The well is
But your well's adequate for your one home.
Yes, but
So that's not a good comparison.
well, I think it is. It shows the responsibility of people that are coming in. And I think if you make people aware that are coming in that, hey, we've got it posted here that we have had water problems, they do.
So
watch
you're
out.
going to advertise that up front?
No, practice water conservation. That's the whole thing.
Well, the
is-
bottom line is, he
Okay.
asked ahead of time. He asked the questions to the homeowners association, he asked the questions before he bought this house. Now he's saying they're coming and telling him that there's problems. Now, I'd be mad if I had 5 bedrooms in my house and you told me later that I have water problems. So they're not being any more fair on him, and now that he's found it out, he's saying, I'm gonna help this issue because I'm gonna take care of it in case there is a shortage. I think that's being a good neighbor, instead of saying, we're just gonna do whatever if we have a water shortage. So you're making it sound like it's his fault. He checked.
No, I'm not.
He was one of those renters or those people that bought a house that checked the issues beforehand and asked people. So you're making it the other way.
And I have a
that's-
plan.
that's wrong.
If I have to drill a well, I will.
Yeah. Can I just respond, Deb? That isn't what I said. But Mr. Anderson did verify that he was under the impression it was a single owner person. He did not know it was a vacation home rental.
But you asked him, Miss Nancy, that.
I'm gonna make a motion.
That
to
is-
Get on. We've done this now for over an hour. Can we get on with the vote?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion, what motion did you make?
I didn't make one.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Approve what?
Approve
To,
what?
did the planning commission say yes? I'm sorry, I read at the beginning and now.
Yep. The planning commission recommended approval of conditional use permit 1618 with 16 conditions.
I'll withhold the planning commission's decision. That's my motion.
Is there a second? Motion to uphold.
Uphold the
I
planning
will,
commission's
I will
decision.
second that motion. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chair, I've got a problem with the public water supply into this thing. If it had been just a normal transfer from one residence to another, even a rental residence as opposed to VHR, it might be a different matter, but I guess I'd like to know more from DNR of how tight those public water supply rules are. I can see that leading to complications both for the neighbors and the applicant and us. So at this point, I don't think I have enough information on public water supply, and I hadn't even thought about that issue until Lon, I forget your last name, but I appreciate that. There are rules for public water supplies, and this kind of, and the tough thing about the public water supply is that it affects the other four hooked to that system. So I think we need to be very careful before we make a decision on either reversing or upholding the planning commission's decision.
So do we need to continue this, George, until we figure out on the water system, what is the, to see if the DENR agrees with these people that they don't have, they do have, or that they even have enough for the people, whether this is a vacation home rental or not? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I need more information on at least I need more of the guidance from DNR about the 25 people, 60-day deal, public water supply.
So are you making a substitute motion to continue?
I can, I make a substitute motion to delay this decision for 2 meetings.
Is there a second to the substitute motion?
Can I ask on the before I second it, do we need 2 meetings for that, PJ, to look into that?
Is it okay to respond? If it was seconded, my question was going to be if Commissioner Farabee could be a little more specific about his request of what he's looking for. It's a little broad.
I think,
I'll call for a second one more time.
second.
Okay, we now have a motion and a second.
So that we can get the accurate information you're looking for, Commissioner Farabee, can you be more specific about your request?
I made the comment that I would like to know more, so I will be contacting DNR. I didn't in any way imply that anyone else, and I'm not saying that other people can't inquire, but I want to inquire myself.
Okay, sorry, I didn't get that from your motion, and usually when a commissioner asks, everybody finds out about it.
I guess
And
what I thought
we
I
do it
was
on behalf of
seconding.
the commissioners, so thank you for clarifying that.
What I thought I was seconding is that we're going to look into it, and I thought it was, I would appreciate if when they're looking into it, it's the planning department to see the concerns of the neighbors and the VHR guy to make sure that everybody's on the same page in that cistern, whether it's the safety of the people in the development, and make sure it's safe if we decide to do a VHR. And how you do that, PJ, you're going to know better than me.
Yep, and if the board directs us to do that, we'll do that. Just looking for clarity.
Isn't that
on the
what we're
request.
saying?
That's not what Commissioner Farabee said his comment was. No. He said he was going to do it.
And Mr. Chair, and this is muddying it and changing it further, but I haven't known where to bring in this, but have heard some concerns about the safety of the water. And if we would approve something like this, is case law that I've been aware of as a commissioner where we as a county have been responsible, and I just want to know those legalities.
Yep, we're just looking for clarity on what you want us to look for.
Yeah.
That's all.
So,
That's all we need.
so.
George, are you okay with the planning department doing what they need to do to check with DENR and
then the
the
legal
procedure in which to show this board that the water issues are,
Because right now, we just have looking for information at least on guidance for the 25 people, 60 days. But the at least is what the unclear part is.
right?
And we don't want it to be continued again with the lack of information that wasn't requested or needed.
So PJ, you're listening to us. What would be your recommendation because of what we have been telling you? How about that?
Well, you're concerned about the water quality, and we have some recent tests by that that the homeowner had done,
Okay.
that you guys have seen. So if you want to see that again, we can bring that in. I think the specific request, though, is what is it from the state level?
The DENR.
So before we go to the state, we want to go with a pinpoint of what are we specifically going to ask them?
Well, in order for these people to have enough water, that's what we keep saying, and this to be a safe place for another house or another vacation home rental, in order to be in that, is it safe? Is the water good? Is it gonna be a problem? Because like George said, he doesn't know if this is gonna be an issue and how the issue is.
Okay, there is the checklist that already addressed some of that. We could ask what their criteria for that checklist is. How did they come up with saying there's adequate water and safe water? We could
And
ask
you
them
might-
that.
And also to work with the neighbors on it to see their concerns, because I think we're looking at the neighbors' concerns and this being a VHR. That's my bottom line. I don't know if it is, I think Nancy's saying it, George has said it. You guys are saying it is, but the neighbors, maybe you could talk with the neighbors, have a meeting with them and see if there is. We want to find solution, how about that?
Absolutely,
Okay.
I agree.
With your help and with your knowledge on how to get that done.
Yep, and I may even bring the planning commissioners in, because there's a couple of the engineers that were at the planning commission that commented about the water system there, and they're gonna know more about what's in the ground there than our staff will, so if it's all right with the board, we'll bring in some of those if we were to have meetings with the homeowners.
That'd be good.
Okay.
Don't know if this will help or not, but here is the definitions I actually printed out yesterday from the DNR website that has public water definition, it has transient non-community water system definition.
And hopefully, sir,
And here's a flow chart
right,
from the South Dakota Water Drinking Program, last revised November 2014. It says, does water system supply water to 25 people or 15 connections for 60 days per year? If it's yes, then you go through a chain to figure out what kind of public water system is. If the answer is no, it's not a public water system, so.
well, sir, hopefully when they check into this, that they don't find anything that's wrong with the water or what you're talking about too, because we're also looking in for your safety, not just the VHR. So,
understand that.
you understand that, right?
I understand that, but I also want you to recognize that we, as a group of homeowners, have recognized that we are willing to accept some degree of risk to be an unregulated system rather than fall under the public water system.
Yes.
If I were involved in listening to all this and was the owner of the property, I'd just say, fine, I'll haul water from Rapid City according to the rentals that I have and forget the whole thing. The discussion would be over.
And I understand there's a conditional use for review after a year. If we chose to do that, I guess that's something that I would like to look at, because the longer we are not renting This, the more burden it has become on me, because the whole idea of purchasing the house was for this. And that was disclosed to both the seller and the realtor involved, what we were doing. So the longer this is drug out, the longer it hurts me financially for planning and checking and preparing for all
And I
this.
apologize for that, but we also,
Oh,
on
and
the
I
water
understand.
systems,
I understand.
And I-
Mr. Chair,
Okay,
there's two issues. They're related, of course. The water quantity, that's nothing to do with DNR per se, but my issue was DNR, the state of South Dakota, has written rules for public water supplies. And number one, I want to, myself, and I would hope everybody else would take the time to read the rules. And then, like most everything else is written, it almost always prompts questions. So the questions that I would have, and hopefully that everybody else listening to this or anybody else in the room would write those questions down and inquire. Personally, I would talk to DNR myself and ask them the questions I'd have rather than second party. But bottom line is, the public water supply has a whole different set of rules. I tell people, you come to my place and drink water, you're on your own. But you go to public water supply and you get sick, that person has liability. That's the big difference. Big difference is the public water supply. And these other folks, other four folks in that system, if it becomes a public water supply, and may not, but we need to find that out first. If it has to be designated a public water supply, then these other folks shouldn't have to be burdened by all those additional rules. And I have no problem with those rules, by the way. When I go drink water from public water supply, I expect not to get sick. If I go to Chairman Peterson's place, I don't know how often he tests his water, but I don't have the same expectation of safe water as I do a public water supply. So my issue is this, and I'd never thought of that before, and I thank you, Lon, for bringing that issue up. Does this now constitute a public water supply in accordance to the rules of the state of South Dakota? And that's my reason for my delay.
and I agree, George, just do they have to comply? And if they're not complying for 5 houses in that subdivision, then there's something not quite right.
The big difference here is you're bringing in a transient population. And these folks, 2 days, however long they stay there, they would expect, as would I, going into town and having safe water.
So you're expecting that if someone comes in one of the other houses, that everybody is telling them that they have a water issue and don't drink the water. And if these guys bring in a rental person and tell them that and they have 10 more people, is that gonna make the difference? Or
Okay,
is Lindell right? Should they just bring in their own water source and be safe all the way around?
I think we have a motion and a second. Does everyone understand the motion?
Yep.
All in favor of the motion? Oh, go ahead.
Can we repeat the motion just in case anything was added?
Nothing was added.
I think so. That's why I wanted to
Moved
say.
by Farabee, seconded by Hadcock to continue conditional use permit 1618 for 2 meetings to obtain information from DENR regarding public water systems. That's what I have.
Are we directing staff to do that, George, or just you?
Well, if we can add on, if you want staff, I would, and I guess, and I should have said this a lot earlier, all 9 items on this planning agenda are in District 1. And guess whose district is 1? All 9 items are in District 1.
And have you met with all your constituents? Because I know I do.
Almost, how many times have you had a planning and zoning issue in your district? Anyway, so I will volunteer my time to talk to DNR, and I might even ask them for a letter. I'll present the situation to them and ask them, and I might, like I say, ask them for a letter. In your opinion, your determination, is this or is this not a public water supply? And maybe I can work with Lon and Wayne and Mike. They're the ones that are on the scene, they know about hauling water.
Mr. Chair, there is a department that is very skilled in that kind of information, and I would like to have the Planning and Zoning Department brought in on that, because we are, I mean, that is,
So Miss Nancy, not to interrupt you, George, but my second was so the planning department could do it. You can do it on your own if you'd like. That's why I seconded. Are you okay with that?
That's fine.
Okay, that would be the direction, PJ.
Is that settled now, or are we clear on it?
One more thing to clear up. We are Pennington County. We are not just a district. I've solved many issues in your district. Nancy has in my area and Lindell's. So we are here as Pennington County. We help every district. If you call us, we will help anybody. And people that voted on this and today on these issues are all in different districts, but agreed with what your people said. So we agree on issue, not on, I didn't look and see if George had District 3 in there or District 1 to see who I was helping today. I just looked at the issue. But if you need any of us, you don't have to stay in your district. And if your person is what you want to call first, which is usually easier because they know your district usually a lot better, that is good, but it's good to contact all of us because we are here to help you no matter what, so.
Mr. Chair, every single item on this agenda were my constituents, my voters.
and they're mine too. They
What?
are people that I am
That
a
voted-
part of as this
We're
board of
way, way,
commissioners.
way off the subject here.
Well, how you know they voted for you anyway?
Now, but before we go further,
Sorry.
Jay, have you heard enough of this conversation to be comfortable answering my question? And my question is, regardless of how this motion passes or fails, in my opinion, we have not yet addressed the issue that's on the agenda. The question of the appeal from the conditional use permit.
We said continue it.
You what?
The motion was to continue it, the appeal, with a first and a second.
That's what I thought.
Yes.
Wasn't you're continuing the decision on the underlying appeal until a later date.
Until planning commission.
So this business of the public water system tied in with that? Is that where we are?
It bears directly on the decision, Mr. Chair.
Come in.
So the question goes down to the water, correct? I mean, the whole water issue. So if I decided to put a well in, once the well was in, it would pass? That's
Not
kinda-
necessarily.
Okay, well, that's what my question is. Okay.
But it'd make a difference, I think, just from listening to people.
Right, so in 2 weeks, we determine what the water district has for answers, and then whether or not, then it would be up to me. If I put a well in, then we'd have to relook at the issue again.
Sounds like, no offense, but it sounds like your water table or your
The well-
aquifer, because they're having issues on the well they have there.
Well, I
Your best
checked-
bet would probably be what Mr., and he would probably know best, Lindell said, would bringing the water in,
Well,
especially
the-
for a vacation home rental.
Right, the well at the Bible church is 200 feet. So, and then I would just have to know what kind of
And they're
quality
down
that
the
was.
hill from you.
Actually, same
Down the
level.
hill?
Nope,
I'm
same level.
just asking.
Yeah.
Number
same
two,
level.
sir, you then would meet with the neighbors and hopefully satisfy their issues, and that would make it a lot easier here. Saying,
Right.
I'm doing my well, is that satisfactory, or do you just hate vacation home rentals?
And that's,
So,
and see, there was really 2 points in this argument.
You see what I'm
Was
saying.
the business point and then the water point.
yes, sir.
Okay, and we're satisfied that the letter, the inquiry to DENR will go through the department? Okay. Any further comments on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Items from commission members. Anything from the Black Hills area meeting?
Yes, yeah. Last Friday, I went to the Black Hills Association of County Commissioners meeting in Sturgis, and it was canceled because of the lack of interest. It wasn't a quorum.
Are you kidding? You went up there?
Oh,
We talked about a lot of the issues, didn't vote, of course, but when there was not enough counties there.
Summer is always hard, though.
No, I got that. Oh, the other thing, well, we can probably get to that. Are you gonna get to dues and bylaws here next, coming up, or?
Yeah.
Okay, any other commission members that have something before we go to item 22?
Mr. Chair, I can't help but comment about the 2 cents here a few days ago. I don't know how many folks saw this, but talk about railroad crossings. And I presume most all those are in Rapid City, and they're, I guess, most of it consider them pretty rough. But this person, whoever he or she is, says that maybe we shouldn't have voted down the wheel tax. After all, the various fees and taxes that comprise your registration renewal partially go towards funding infrastructure and upkeep. I'll bet you this person votes too. Thank you.
Well, I don't know, the railroad crossings are kind of like speed bumps, and every time I go to speed limit, I'm always getting passed, so. I can always tell when I'm going the speed limit.
Well, that's almost a plot by the.
Sure you're getting fast.
You always hear that. It's a plot by the wheel lining people to. Anyway.
Ollie, you're next. We're ready for you. Are you ready for us?
Yes, sir. You have 3 items that I put on here for board notice. The first one is a request to get direction from the board on if you wish to have anything submitted for the County Achievement and Outstanding Service Awards. This is in conjunction with your annual convention, which is in September.
Mr. Chair, I would really like to submit something for our stewardship program. It is extremely unique, one of 2 in the whole Rocky Mountain region. And I think that it's pretty important what it does for the county in many different ways. Helps the highway department, helps the safety, so that our law enforcement isn't out there blocking roads and trying to keep people safe when a tree is down. There's just a lot of aspects of that. So I'd like to see us submit an application for an award on that.
What are you talking about, for cleaning up the
Stewardship?
mountain pine beetle trees?
Well, actually, it's not that so much anymore. I mean, it is some of that, but mostly it is keeping the buffer zones back and keeping them all cleaned out so that it'll help with fire. It keeps the trees from falling on the roads, and we have to send up highway and police, or, coverage and that sort of thing. It's really a unique sort of situation. And the great thing about it is that by using resources between the Forest Service and us, it pays for the program. It's not, we're not paying for it. It's the activity of the program that pays for it.
Any other ideas? Do you have any suggestions? Okay, how about item B then?
Do we want to make a motion on that? I need a motion if that's what we're
Oh.
going to go forward. It has to be part of the submission.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to submit an application for the County Achievement Award to, about the stewardship program that we are now currently involved in.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And Ms. Holly, you don't have anything that we have on special programs or anything that you think from our department heads or our staff that we should submit that we think would be a good candidate?
The other one that comes to my mind is the jail garden. I think that's an amazing program that the sheriff has set up that's directly benefiting the inmates and the taxpayers.
I like that one better.
So that's another one that we could do as well.
I'll make a motion to that.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anything further? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, what about the JSC?
I was thinking
You know,
about that.
we have that new
Ray program.
federal aspect to it, and I think it's pretty significant that we are 4 of 11, that they chose us to be one of the 4.
It is, my personal thought, Commissioner, would be to wait a year.
Okay.
And get into the program and see how
Okay.
it's working.
Sure.
But again, direction from the board, what's your wish?
And I didn't know if the Ray program was something that was an achievement, but it's one that's being followed around the country because how much it's working, and then it's going also to SB 70. So I didn't know if that was,
I
is
don't
that
know
an
if our
achievement,
timing's
is that
quite there
award?
for
You know what
that
I'm
one
saying?
either,
Yeah, I think it's 3 years, so you're right, Ms. Nancy.
Is there any county employees, any elected officials that you want to do for outstanding service awards either? 2 different categories that are awarded at convention.
The,
Can we put Lindell Peterson? How long you been in politics?
I would
You don't get a
say
choice.
not.
I think we have to vote on it. Holly, we can put one of our commissioners?
Yeah.
Nancy won it in 2012, I believe,
Yeah.
2011.
I would put Lindell Peterson.
The, my turn to talk. I am personally highly impressed with Dustin Willett. And I've been in some meetings with him, and he has this ability to grasp things, put them in perspective. He met with FSA committee last week, which is the Farm Service Administration, and they talked about drought and the effects of it, and kind of a foreign world to him, really, in terms of agricultural programs, but he could respond to just about anything they brought in front of him. And I think he's an amazing individual.
Are you looking for a second?
No.
I'll second that. So we can put Dustin, if we vote, the board votes on that? Okay. So there was a first and a second.
And Mr. Chair, can I add to that? You know, Dustin came into that position in a situation where our disaster plan for the county, what had not been updated in years. He took that on and it was huge. And it was important that it be done in a very short period of time, or we were going to lose our ability to get FEMA money if there was a disaster. And I think it goes along exactly with what you're saying, Lindell. When he commits all the way to get something done and to do it well. And that's another example you might put on your application.
Well, the bottom line, he has a great heart for what he does, and he was a fireman beforehand, so, and the experience he has gained and the respect he has gained from, I'm on the emergency management board with him, from all the people in that room, I'm gonna have to agree, just from watching, and what he has to say and how he finds resolution or solution, and that's a leader to me, when you can find that resolution, solution for the people in your community and your peers, so.
And the other thing he has really done for that office is he's created relationships that weren't really always there. And that makes it a much stronger and more effective and better reactive office, because a lot of his can be reactive in the time of disaster.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried.
So did we get a vote on Lindell's? Did anybody second Lindell?
I hate to.
You could be offended. To just put you up there is all, you might not win.
We're on item B.
Okay. He doesn't want it.
Item B is just notice for the board of the upcoming election with SDAC, and I guess I'll let Ron speak to that.
Yeah, there's a mess going on.
I wondered
Dick
about
Kelly
that.
is the first vice president who will be president next year, except he got beaten his election. So, he's not.
Oh, he did.
So it was kind of decided that, what's his name?
Dean?
From,
Dean Wagner.
no. He didn't want it. Why can't I think of his name?
Dwayne Sutton?
Sutton's gonna stay
again.
president for another year. There was some talk about moving Wagner up, and he wanted another year to prepare. What for, I don't know. Anyway, it keeps the rotation right, which is East River gets 2, West River gets 1. That's the way it's been, and that's the way it's going to be. So anyway, but anybody can run at the convention if they want to run. You just have to be nominated. But the nominating committee is going to nominate that same slate of candidates again, basically.
So are you voting down there for us?
I am. Actually, the next one, if we're done with that, I'll tell you about the next one.
Well, can I just say, I mentioned something? I'm kind of concerned that we would have 2 people on the board from Harding County. I think you need better representation.
I think so too. I don't know.
Yeah.
I agree. But, as you'll find out here shortly, I have 1 vote. There was some talk about, they raised the dues, and it's not much. It's 1 penny per person living in the county. So Harding County, I think their dues went up $52. Ours goes up about $1,100, or what, a little over $1,000. The vote was 10-1 against in favor of doing it, and
You were the one.
I was the one. I don't think we need, it amounts to $7,000 a year for the association. I didn't think they needed it. They can cut $7,000 someplace else. So, but that's, the dues did go up. Not much we can do about it, other than get out of the association, and that's probably not a good thing to do. The plus is, I think the association really did a pretty good job and helped us get some license plate money, whether you like it or not, and some liquor tax money, which was very important to us. So, I think they do good, but, yeah, you gotta keep them in check a little bit, vote no once in a while.
Okay. Do we need to take action on any of that? Just acquiesce.
There is, and the next one is, there is some changes in the bylaws. And I was in favor of that. There was a resolutions committee, and you had to have the resolutions at like the Black Hills Association. Then you send it to the resolutions committee. Then they forward it to the board, and if they approve it, it goes before the convention. They done away with the resolutions committee. They said, we don't need another committee. So now the resolutions will go right to the board of directors and then to the committee. And we don't do much. We kind of look at it and say, oh, not a good idea this year or whatever. But it'll go straight to the convention floor then. So that's all it did. It did away with the resolutions committee, which I think is a good deal.
Yeah.
George, like it, less bureaucracy, George.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Committee reports? Any? Committee reports?
I don't have anything.
Well, I went to the fire service board up at Hill City, and we started at 7, and like right away, all of the little beepers and pagers were going off because that was the night of the M Hill fire. And then as they began calling out different fire departments, volunteer fire departments, and they began leaving, and pretty soon there was about half that many people there. But it was, I was really, really pleased that the public relations officer for the Rapid City Fire Department made sure that everyone understood that the volunteer firefighters are key to helping in those kinds of situations. And we haven't always had that recognition. It was very strong this time, and I really appreciated that. So.
Anyone else? Item 24. Approval of the vouchers.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the vouchers in the amount of $2,725,657.57.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
We're spending way too much, so I'll be voting no again.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. Items from the public.
No, Joyce, it's too late for Silver City. We already voted.
Joyce Shiguru. I've been sitting here listening, and I, of course, attend planning and zoning because of the VHR issues and the ordinance that's working its way through. And yet, I found over all these years, it's been 5 or 6 years that I've attended a lot of these meetings, that I'm now in a position where I feel like I really have a sense of what it's like to be a public person before you. And that's why I went out just to visit with that group with that last vacation home rental. And watching planning and zoning and watching you, I perceived what was going to happen with that Rochford Road little business that Todd Schutzel is setting up. And I can tell you my reaction because I reacted to planning and zoning. Before you so often is what you have with the last two, whatever they were that were before you, appeals, the last two appeals, where you have folks who can't get together before they come in, or they don't know that they should. I've even discovered that because I worked personally with the Dar Hutchinson one from Silver City, because that property borders my family's property. So that was a personal thing. And I handled it so differently. You know, George called me, I was already involved in it. I handled it so differently than most of these folks do. And I don't understand that. But I knew something was going to happen because of the vote with the Planning and Zoning Commission on the Rochford Road Todd Schutzel one. Because they got together and they decided that 2 ATVs was okay. And they have a horrendous problem, as I understand it, with ATVs going through Rochford. They're in bunches of 50 and they park and it's a real problem for them. But that's not the problem that you all can handle. And they know that. So they came in and they were cohesive on 2. And 2 of the planning and zoning commissioners spoke up and thought, well, maybe he'll want to do more. And so they open-ended it, okay? And I got up afterwards and I said, I do not understand you folks. I said, what confronts you time after time is people who cannot agree or don't know that they should beforehand. Maybe for the very first time, they got together and you didn't go along with them. And what they have done, and I went out and talked to Todd Schutzel afterwards, is they set themselves up and you for the appeal. And I said that. They set themselves up and you for the appeal. And now they've set themselves, planning and zoning set them up for conflict in Rochford. And now some things, they come out of the wall with unreal things, and that's what they did. So now Schutzels don't even know if they want to stay there. And I just think, what can be done as a public? How can we educate people to come together? But then you guys don't screw it up. And I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about afterwards, because that's what happened. Planning and zoning set that Rochford groove up for conflict and brought something to you that you didn't need to have on your agenda at all. So as a public member out there, folks are calling me now. Someone said you should be a consultant. I just think, be quiet. But what can I say to them, to help? Because I handled the Silver City one, and there were some things going on, and I made some phone calls. And after George called me, I thought, I better get involved more than personally. And it was fine today. You didn't hear what I heard yesterday, and that I took care of over the phone. So as a public person, can I help? I guess it's what I'm saying, and I went out with the last group with the VHR, and I said, now, if they approve it, and I don't know if you will, I have no idea, I've got concerns too, of course, but I said, in a year, it will be up for review, but you won't know it unless you watch the agenda, because there's no public notice on reviews. And I found out that happened on one, and now it's going back through the system. But it is hard to know. It is just really difficult. Because I'm involved right now, I watch both of your agendas every week. And so I knew that I was intrigued by the Rochford Road one, so I came for that. But I came for Dar Hutchinson's because that's personal. And then I knew these other appeals were coming up. And I pick up something that actually helps me every time in my position. So it pays off for me to attend, to listen to all of this. But as a public person, how can we help us, the public, to help you? Because we could do a better job. Folks, they don't talk to one another, and that's a shame. They just don't. They're afraid. One of them told me she was afraid, and I said, why are you afraid? It was one of them from the last planning and zoning meeting, I think. I said, are you afraid of this man? She didn't want to leave the room. She was afraid he was waiting outside. I said, are you afraid? No, she didn't know what to say. So anyway, I don't want to waste your time with this, but really be alert to that. And if there's some way that we can improve, I'd be happy to help. I would, because I just have watched it so many times. And today, that did not have to happen at all. I was appalled that they made that decision. And I go up and, you're frustrating me, because you know, it really, it didn't have to happen. And it goes way beyond now, you guys. They just set them up. And it's sad. You know, they don't get along in Rochford either, and I know that. There's always contention, but it don't have to be, you know, don't have to have it happen this way, and it did. So, anyway, enough said. Thanks. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
calling me, George, about that, because I did take care of some issues there yesterday when I made some phone calls, so.
And I
did take
appreciate
care of
that,
it.
thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Dan Richter. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to piggyback on that. I want to read something that happened here at a planning commission, which again, I don't know, maybe this is my military background, I don't know. But it starts out with analysis of conditional use permit 1605. And it sounds like planning and zoning was trying to do everything they could to get this thing done the way you asked it to be done. And it says, staff spoke with the state's attorney's office regarding planning commission's denial of conditional use 1605 on June 13th. Staff was advised that upon the Board of Commissioners' approval of the conditional use permit on May 17, the item was remanded back to planning and zoning due to condition 17. Based on condition 17, the responsibility of the Planning Commission on June 13th was solely to verify all conditions of approval are being met and a vacation home license has been issued by the South Dakota Department of Health. Based on the above analysis, conditional use permit 1605 was placed on the June 27th, 2016 Planning Commission agenda for reconsideration. The Planning Commission was given the option to rescind it, deny the conditional use permit based on the fact that the sole responsibility of the time was to verify the condition. The Planning Commission was also given an opportunity to verify that the condition of approval was met, and the Planning Commission refused to verify the conditions are met. Exactly what you told them to do. The Planning Commission unanimously voted to send this item back to you guys. Now, where I come from, and you were in the service, this is like the private telling the command chief that I ain't gonna do it. You do it. I mean, I think somebody needs to go back in the back room with these guys and explain how the situation works. Thank you.
Anyone else? Holly informed me we do not need executive session today,
Hallelujah.
so floor is open. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We're adjourned.
I don't know.